Welcome everyone to a somewhat tardy episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, Gwen Webster. With me, as always, is my good friend and co-host, Jared. How are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing fine. It sounds like that things are a little bit less chaotic on my side than they were on your side. You were just telling me that we almost had an unforeseen, our your trusty old Millennium Falcon over there, and you had to go reconnect the hyperdrive, and without Archie's assistance.
Yeah, I had to. Yeah, I thought I almost had to bypass the compressor. Um,
That's more topical for this movie,
yeah.
I would say.
No. Yeah, so the stream almost didn't happen for anybody tuning in. I was getting all set for the stream, and then my foot tripped on the power cord going from my laptop to the surge protector, and my laptop went flying behind me, crashing to the floor. And honestly, I'm shocked that it's in one piece. And for a good couple minutes, I couldn't get the screen to turn on. I was like, well, this isn't happening. And lo and behold, after a couple minutes of fiddling around with it, turning it off, turning it back on, playing with the mouse, and trying to squeeze parts of the screen together that maybe were a little coming apart, which, to be fair, is not a new development. Like, this laptop screen has been falling apart for a while, but it's a really good laptop, so I've been like trying to just work with what I have. It's came back on, and it's a miracle. It's a Festivus miracle. we're good to go for now. If I suddenly say, "Oh shit," and it looks like I can't see anything in front of me, you'll know what happened. Which I won't even be able to end the stream in that case. But we're gonna keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully everything works.
Yeah, this is going to be our final stream of 2025, and perhaps it's a good thing it's our final stream of 2025 because it'll give you an opportunity to dry dock your trusty ship and figure it out. Because yeah, like right now, it's just we're definitely in the phrase, the Han Solo phrase of "Don't worry, she'll hold together." You hear me, baby? Hold together.
Hold together. Oh God. Yeah, I'm ready for a break. I'm still not back to normal. Like, I'm dealing with, whatever's going on with me. It's still causing me to be extremely weak. They've got some tests I'm waiting to hear back about for various things, and I'm just I love doing this, but it'll be nice to take some time off. Although I do have the stress coming up of a trip to see family for Christmas, which will bring its own kind of pressures, but also fun because I'm gonna get to go see Wicked live on stage. So that I'll have fun doing that. But yeah. Man, but anyway, we're gonna have fun tonight in spite of everything. This is our final stream of 2025, and what better way to close it out than celebrating the 10th anniversary of a certain little movie that came out in 2015 called Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Do you remember this little film, Jared?
Oh yes. Oh yes. I think that I have very vivid memories of the not only the time of seeing the film for the very first time, but also of the time leading up to seeing the film for the very first time. Basically, the over almost year long, anticipatory building of the hype, and also some complicated feelings that came with that I'm sure we'll get into, because I think people who remember who have been frustrated with the Star Wars discourse of our modern day, look back at the time before The Force Awakens came out as this almost idealistic nirvana when everybody was happy and just couldn't wait for new Star Wars. And I was there, I lived it. That was not the case. It was, but it was more the case than it is now, and that is one of the things that this movie ultimately did, is that it delivered on the promise that was offered. And some of my more complicated feelings about the Remember of the Time had to do, again, with the larger population and how it's expressing that celebratory anticipation, again, that we will go into. I've touched on it before. I do want it to be remembered as a positive time.
But I also think it has to do with how do I phrase this? Like what you were surrounding yourself with at the time, and like what was your exposure towards certain sections of fandom, and because yeah, there was definitely some discourse that wasn't so great, but if you look at which this was before I really got into, I was on Twitter at the time, but I was not on Twitter, if you know what I mean. Like I didn't really engage with anybody, and I pretty much had it just so I remember I got on Twitter around the time that the Hobbit films were coming out, just so I could see updates for certain things and get when a new video dropped or something like that, or see live streams from New Zealand premieres and things of that nature. So I wasn't really engaged with social media in the way that that I think I was in over the next couple of years, particularly once I started to meet you and meet our friends at Here Be Dragons and all that. Which ironically, by the time that happened, we were leaving the sequel trilogy. We were on the other side of it. But at this time, I was much more cognizant of the sort of general public's reaction to the film and the hype of the film. And so even though I was aware of because there were headlines and stuff about racist Star Wars fans complain about, a black stormtrooper and things so I was very much aware that those things were out there, but it wasn't in my immediate field of view. I was too busy sort of freaking out over every new teaser and trailer that came out for the movie, looking at posters that would get released, magazine spreads and photo shoots with the cast and things like that. So that was much more my perspective than what was going on in the social media discourse about the film. And so for me, I look back on it, it does feel like Nirvana because it was this wonderful thing of Star Wars is coming back. And even though we've talked about the sort of, and this certainly fed into maybe alienating some crowds, in the marketing of this film, leaning so heavily into the original trilogy and classic filmmaking techniques. And maybe I'm I should take some blame in this, because it's not like I was feeling anti-prequel feelings. Maybe a tad more than I am now, just because it had sort of been beaten into me the prequels have all these problems. But I was loving, but I had seen and loved Clone Wars by the point in time that this film was. I think so. I don't know. I'd have to go back and see the time, but I think I was, I was familiar enough with Clone Wars and had seen enough of it to where I was like, it was sort of allowing me to really sort of process my feelings about the prequels and like, no, actually there is a lot of stuff about them that I love, that even though the culture is saying one thing, I know how I feel. I have some issues with certain aspects of them, but on the whole, they're part of my Star Wars experience. Nonetheless, I was very hungry for a return to classic Star Wars. Because we'd been away from it for so long in a certain regard, because we'd gone through the period with the prequels and the Clone Wars was, going, and that was obviously steeped in, the prequel timeline and mythology. And it felt like we had been living in, like, Star Wars was the prequel era for a long time. And so to hear that, oh, we're going to get, a new Star Wars trilogy and it's going to be sequels to the original films, and we're going to get Han, Luke, and Leia, and we're going to get, and once we started to see more of the film, it's like, oh, we got stormtroopers, we got the Millennium Falcon, and and a return to, like shooting on celluloid, which, that doesn't have anything really to do with my feelings of original trilogy versus prequel trilogy. That's just me as a film fan loving the fact that they were going back to shooting on film. And so I was receptive to the fact that this was leaning a bit more into the old school Star Wars. But I don't consider that necessarily like anti-prequel, but a lot of people took it that way. And so it does become this argument of like, the intention behind like the messages that the people making this film were sending out versus how they're being received and interpreted, and do they bear some of that responsibility? Maybe. They certainly leaned into the fact that we're going back to, the old films and not so much referencing the the prequels. But I don't think it was as mean-spirited as it was taken on, where people were like, yeah, this is the way you do it. And I just think that's unfortunately a large part of the Star Wars fandom, and we've seen things get even worse in the years since. But I wasn't really embroiled in all that. So for me, it was just sort of pure excitement of seeing Star Wars in a way I hadn't seen it in many years. And then when I finally saw the film, we'll get into why maybe this is something that wasn't to people's liking, and rewatching it again today, it's only reinforced that this film in particular is such a giant love letter to the original Star Wars. And I love that about it, because also remember, like, we sometimes forget the original Star Wars is a film from 1977. It's about to celebrate its 50th anniversary. Like, that's a long time. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have a new film, or at least new at the time, sort of take on some of those aspects of that original film that we love, and like play with them and sort of say, these are things we loved about that original film. We want to celebrate that in addition to telling a new story. And especially watching it today, like, that's the thing about this movie. I always have a big stupid grin on my face when I'm watching this film. And I love I do think it's a great mixture of like, this is a new story with new characters, but also it is steeped in adoration and love for the original 1977 film, but told in a new way for a new generation. And I couldn't stop thinking about the fact as I was watching this, because we've gone through this with the prequels where, you know, prequel generation, we grew up and now we're owning those films. And likewise, I feel like people really underestimate like this film in particular, like what it means to people, to kids who grew up with it. Like, and we're not quite there yet. We're seeing them speak out a little bit, but I think it needs just a little bit more time. And then those fans are going to start to really assert themselves and be like, no, I saw this in 2015 and it blew my socks off. And I fell in love with Rey, Finn, Poe, you know, and it's just, unfortunately, that gets lost in all the fandom noise. But for me, because I was more detached from that at the time, I feel like this was a very special time for me as a Star Wars fan, because it was tapping into that sort of childhood feelings of, yeah, I'm going to say it, nostalgia and, you know, and joy. And yeah, it's just like, even when I turned it on today, even just like the opening crawl got me so excited. It's like we're used to this again now with like the Star Wars logo and the music and, you know, and seeing the crawl, but like to see this again in 2015 after it had been 10 years since Revenge of the Sith. Not only that, we're seeing things on this, like in this opening crawl that say things like, you know, Luke Skywalker has vanished. General Leia Organa, you know, leads in the Resistance. Like, it's enough to make you lose your mind. You know, in 2015 as a Star Wars fan, and I don't think I'm going to ever lose that sense of wonder, like watching this film in particular. There was just something that it scratched an itch, a really powerful itch, and there's a novelty about this movie because it was brand new and fresh and exciting, and I just remember the cultural, like, I'm not talking about like not talking about the online discourse, because that's one thing, but the cultural excitement around this film outside of that, with, you know, seeing like behind the scenes of The Force Awakens on 60 Minutes, seeing President Obama, you know, sign off his press conference with, okay, y'all, I got to go see Star Wars, you know. It's like, it was a special time. Mm-hmm. And no amount of, you know, bad faith fan discourse is going to steal that from me, because I remember how it felt to me, this movie coming out. And you know, and it's something not too dissimilar from the excitement I felt when Episode 1 was coming out. Different time in my life, so the feelings are slightly, you know, the feel of it is different, but it was this similar, like, holy shit, is this actually happening? Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm always going to hold on to about The Force Awakens. And that's not even getting into like how much fun the movie itself is, mm-hmm. Which we're going to talk about. But yeah, maybe it was darker than, maybe the discussion around the movie was, you know, had more of a shadow over it than I remember. But I can only speak to my own experience, and pardon my language, but it was pretty fucking awesome.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you say that, Gwen, and I'm very glad that you used that qualifier that I can only speak to my own experience, because I'm just going to be perfectly honest. That was not my experience. I remember the time before The Force Awakens very differently. Now, that's not to say it was all bad. There was a lot of great stuff in there. And ultimately, this story has a happy ending, because anyone who's been on my social media profile knows how big of a passionate advocate I am for the sequel trilogy, the entire sequel trilogy, all three movies and all the characters that we were introduced in it. But I will be honest about the fact that, because the people, our friends at Force Center have talked about this too, the anticipation for The Force Awakens was not just the return of Star Wars and the return to the kind of the original vibe of the Star Wars as embodied by the original trilogy. And people expressed that enthusiasm in sincere ways. But some of them were a little oblivious to what that meant. And because, for me, Star Wars never went away, really, even after it wrapped up in 2005. And I loved the Clone Wars as well. I read all the expanded universe novels. So for me, the return of Star Wars to the big screen was something I'd never thought we might get, but it also was it was a continuation for me rather than a reawakening in many respects. And the fact of the matter is that when in the larger popular discourse at the time, the prequels were not treated with the respect that they have received now. And that there was even people who were very well-meaning. Like, I had conversations in my real life with people who were like, oh, we're going to get new Star Wars. Thank God we're going back to the original and getting away from those crappy prequels. And as someone who loved the prequels, that was hurtful to me. And it was something that meant that I had to approach the lead up to the very original trilogy focused Force Awakens marketing campaign with a bit of a bittersweet aftertaste. Some of which I understood. I absolutely loved the fact that we were getting the new cast back, or the original cast back, with Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and Harrison Ford, and Peter Mayhew, and Anthony Daniels, and Kenny Baker. But I do have to acknowledge, and I didn't even resent necessarily them leaning into certain elements like J.J. Abrams' famous, refrain about the real sets, practical effects, marker, because I actually was looking forward to that. I was not able to separate it from the implication that people put out into the world of real sets, practical effects equals good. CGI that we got in the prequels equals bad. Those movies suck. People who value those movies are lesser than. And that was a real thing. That was my experience. And some of it may be just personal, and even if it wasn't directed at me, I will own up to the fact that it took me a long time to warm up to the Star Wars series Rebels and the original trilogy animated focus show, because I associated it with the cancellation of the Clone Wars, a prequel trilogy focused animated show. And I also recognized that there were things like at Star Wars Celebration 2015, the prequels were essentially absent. They were essentially saying that the original trilogy was going to be reigning supreme once again. And God knows, I can love the original trilogy too. But it is a fact that there was an implicit tension in the air that had not yet been reconciled because the prequel generation had not yet reclaimed their voice. And I will be honest, it did taint my experience in the lead up to The Force Awakens. But the reason that I love the movie as much as I do, and I love the sequel trilogy as much as I do, I've actually told this story on Force Center before on one of their episodes, back when they were doing something called Power of the Light Side. Eventually, I decided that everything that was going on, I didn't want that to be my experience. I wanted to keep my heart open. I wanted to open myself to the possibility that I could love this new Star Wars thing, even if it was going to be a different tone than the one I'd been celebrating for the past 10 years. And so I very consciously put myself in that mindset when I drove to the theater to see it for the first time. I was very excited to go see it, but I was also having to work out these conflicted feelings. But then I put all that out of my mind, and I sat down in the theater, and I remember the crawl, the Star Wars exploding onto the screen, and the crawl, and the cheer of the crowd, and the opening moments. And I remember the moment that I started to fall in love with the movie for real, which was the introduction of Rey, the beautifully wordless introduction of Rey's character, and our first introduction of Rey's theme. And that was a magical moment that I will always remember in the cinema. I will always remember, going on the journey and my drive home, and just feeling this immense sense of relief that there was new Star Wars in our lives, and I loved it. And that was a powerful experience that allowed me to kind of start reconciling the idea that this generational story, at its core, is a healing one. And for me, I had never lost my love for the originals, or I lost my love for the prequels, but I had lost my way a little bit because there were people who had essentially stated, either implicitly or explicitly to my face in that time, that you loving the prequels means that your love for Star Wars is lesser than mine. And this was the movie that started to heal that. And it's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about the sequel trilogy now, because now I'm seeing it basically with the sequel trilogy as well. There are people who love the sequel trilogy, that makes your feelings about Star Wars lesser than. And I just am like, on the one hand, it bothers me less now because I'm like, this is the cycle that repeats, and there's a grift or economy moment to it. But it's also something where I just recognize that there's going to be a kid who was in the theater who fell in love with the characters of Rey and Finn and Poe, and it opened their world to Star Wars, much as it reopened my heart. And I never want that to be taken away from them, from anyone, ever again. And I think that one of the triumphs of this movie is that it is ultimately so inclusive and diverse and celebratory of everything that Star Wars is. It's one of the reasons why it is, my love for it has only deepened on subsequent viewings. But I cannot separate the fact that one of the reasons that I loved the movie as much as I did was because I was frankly in a darker place when I saw it for the first time, and this movie lifted me out of it. And for that reason, I just, I'm not saying that your experience wasn't your experience, Gwen. I think you very clearly made the case what it was and why it was. But I just have to own up to the fact that if we think that was a universal experience, I can tell you from personal experience that it was not. And but I ultimately want this to be a positive celebratory discussion because this movie deserves that, because this movie is wonderful.
Yeah. It's very, it's interesting because I was just thinking about the parallels of because I want to see how I want to word this. So in a lot of ways, there's parallels, and hence why some, there's a segment of fans who have received the sequel trilogy very poorly, as you say. Like, the parallels cannot be lost in terms of like the fact that there were diehard fans of the original films who came into the prequels, and because they were, doing something different, they were hostile towards them. And then same thing with prequel fans coming into these films. There's the risk of similar hostility. And but you didn't. But you went in with your heart open, and that's the difference between you and many other and people who I think keep their heart closed. Yeah, it's. I won't lie. Like particularly at this time, my feel. I think I've delved into a bit of this already, but like, my feelings about the prequels were a bit more complicated. I had love in my heart for them, particularly for episode 1. I don't think that ever died, but I was also conscious of what, to my mind, were flaws in them. And I'm not gonna lie, like I was one of the people really sort of cheering on a return to practical effects, and not leaning so heavily into CGI, because for me that was a flaw in the prequels. I can look at it now and say it's amazing how Lucas's pioneering of digital effects paved the way for so much that I love now. But I'm also, hence why I said these feelings are complicated, because there is that on the one hand, and we have him to thank for the fact that so many things are able to be done flawlessly now. But I won't lie and say that I didn't feel that there was far too much CGI in the prequel films, and CGI and green screen. I still honestly feel that way, even though I'm wowed by what he was able to accomplish. And, and I've gone on about how in particular, like you look at something like Revenge of the Sith and it's out of this world, how like, what's on the screen, and it like takes your breath away. But I always felt, I never liked the imbalance of, I felt like, which is why for me, the Clone Wars like is so amazing, because it's just saying, okay, let's just go all in on the CGI, animation and storytelling. And in an animated show, you go 100% and you're not worried about sort of how CGI interacts with like real world components. In my films, I like to see a healthy balance, and I like to see a wide range of techniques. And that was one of the things that I was very much looking forward to going into these movies, because I knew what kind of filmmaker J.J. Abrams was, and just based off of like what he had done with Star Trek, I was like, okay, this will be more to my liking on that front. Mm-hmm. And as much as I, and then there's other things, like I was looking forward to these movies having, and this is not, I'm not gonna, like, we've talked about the prequel films and you've heard, me talk positively about all the performers, but Lucas does want a certain sort of style to his dialogue and actors' performances, and but I knew going into this that this was going to be a more naturalistic style of acting, that leaned probably a bit more heavily into sort of what's the word, like natural chemistry between the actors. That was very much a staple of the original trilogy, where it was the charm of sort of natural charisma, like that you had with Harrison Ford and bouncing off of Carrie Fisher and stuff like that. And hence why I said that I feel like this movie is a love letter to the original Star Wars, not only in sort of certain like settings and story beats, but also with how the characters interact with each other. So, and basically what I'm trying to get across here is, as much as I like profess my love for the prequels, and I maintain that, like, I'm not going to retread it, because we've had those discussions about the prequels, and if anybody wants to see me go on about how much I love them, just go ahead and watch those streams. But I do think this was them saying, George did that, we're going to sort of lean more heavily into what the culture at large loved about those older films. And like, yes, we are the prequel generation, but as you even said, we hadn't quite asserted ourselves yet. And so there was still a big cultural narrative that those films were not as good as the original films, and that the audiences were not as happy with those as the original films. So I don't necessarily blame the powers that be for wanting to go back and lean into the original films, because I don't think they had the data yet that sort of allowed them to know, no, actually there's a whole generation who vehemently disagrees with this narrative. And actually, I think what we've seen in the years since is an acknowledgement of that. And this is why, like, when I was watching this earlier, and I was thinking about all the ways that this leaned into the original trilogy and sort of classic Star Wars, I was like, really what these number of years were about between like 2015 and really by the time the sequel trilogy wraps up is a learning of what, certainly a learning of the worst parts of Star Wars fandom, but also a learning of the different generations, and the fact that Star Wars fans are not a hive mind, which obviously we've all known, but maybe the studio didn't realize that. And it's a great parallel to this concept of, bringing balance to the Force, that maybe they had to lean back into classic Star Wars to balance out what George had been doing, so that now we can arrive at this place where I feel like Star Wars storytelling is embracing all of it in such a beautiful way now. And so I feel like maybe this is just it was the growing pain that they had to go through to, at this stage of making this film, not realizing how passionate those prequel fans were. But even in the next film, I think it had started to become apparent, or maybe it was just Ryan saying, no, I'm going to go my own way, because you had, things like, mentions of Darth Sidious, and, and leaning into sort of, things that were a bit more prequel-esque. The whole Canto Bight sequence is very, Star Wars prequel. And then by the time you get to Rise of Skywalker, and it's the return of Sidious, and, and you've got the voices of all the Jedi, from, all eras, but leaning heavily into the prequels, coming to, as, Qui-Gon says, we stand behind you, Rey. And so, yeah, I think it was just a lot of different things, but I don't blame the powers that be for leaning into, because I just don't think we were there yet in 2015, where our generation had really spoken up and said, no, we want to set the record straight. So yeah. So I understand, why you felt hurt by certain things going into this. And I am going to stand by the fact that I do feel like a lot more of that was the toxic fandom, rather than what Lucasfilm themselves were doing. Because I think Lucasfilm was just sort of responding to what they thought the culture was telling them. And to great effect. I love, like I said, I love the old school quality of The Force Awakens. And but I just think at the end of the day, when you get down to it, a lot of this sort of negativity is, has always been driven by the worst corners of this fandom. And, what you described, being told to your face that, you're, that you weren't worthy because, you love the prequels. That's, unfortunately, that hasn't, like, that aspect of Star Wars fandom has always been there and hasn't gone away. And unless we're very lucky, won't be going away anytime soon. But all we can do is stand our ground and say, I love this thing. And, but I think it's a testament to how wonderful this film is, that in spite of all that, when you went in, you enjoyed yourself.
Mm-hmm. So, and the thing is, there is so much to love here. I think back to one of the scenes from the trailers, because of this. I loved all the trailers for this movie. Like, again, what I was seeing on screen was very promising. But I think my single favorite moment from the Force Awakens trailer is the moment where Rey has the line, "There are stories about what happened," and Han Solo, the character who had once doubted, the power of the Force and its effects, says, "It's true, all of it." And where my kind of disconnect sometimes came is I felt like the Star Wars itself wasn't living up to that promise of the "it's true, all of it." It felt more, it was like, we are pushing this aspect of it forward and we are sweeping that aspect of it under the rug. And again, I don't necessarily blame the studio for leaning into the marketing of the original trilogy that they did, because it was a big goddamn deal that they got the original three back, especially Harrison Ford, who people famously thought would never return to Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it was such a triumph when he agreed to do it. And I just have to own up to the fact that I allowed that to affect my experience, because I felt like the move, like Star Wars was talking the talk, but it wasn't walking the walk. And then I saw the movie, and the movie walked the walk. And that was an important lesson for me, that ultimately the core of this franchise and its essential tenets of things like hope, choice, found family, light over darkness, love over hate, the people who were making this movie, they got it. J.J. Abrams got it. The screenwriter Lawrence Kasdan got it. The entire cast got it. The scene behind the people working at Lucasfilm, from Kathleen Kennedy on down, they got it. And that was such a relief to me, that they recognized how special this franchise is. And that opening of the door, was one of the reasons why, like, this movie, in many respects, yes, it is calling back to the original Star Wars trilogy, especially the original Star Wars film, but it's also giving us things that we had never seen in Star Wars before. Some of which, yes, got tied up in the fact that there was the ugly overtones of our culture, our present day culture, where there was pushback about the fact that the leads of this movie were going to be a young woman, a black man, and a Hispanic man. But the fact of the matter is that all three of those characters and the actors who play them, Daisy Ridley, John Boyega, and Oscar Isaac, are awesome. And especially, Daisy Ridley, like, she had like one credit to her name before this movie. Nobody knew who she was. There was a time when the only thing even the powers of the internet could find was the single headshot that Lucasfilm had put out from her agency. And now she is probably she is, if not my single favorite character ever in Star Wars, she's damn close to the top of the list. And that's a testament to her. And John Boyega, Lord knows he has had a complicated journey with, with Star Wars and its fandom, but he is so good in this movie. It's unreal. And Oscar Isaac, of course, is just, like one of those effortlessly charming guys who can make anything work. So this movie really, it hit a home run with its central cast. It hit a home run with the story of bringing back its original actors. It hit a home run with its villain because, we'll talk about Adam Driver as Kylo Ren. Creating a new Darth Vader, in effect, that's a tall bar to clear, and they managed to find a way to do that without making it an exact rehash of what had come before. We had never seen a villain quite like Kylo Ren / Ben Solo in the previous Star Wars movies, even though there are elements of him that are familiar. And I think that is a testament to the fact that this movie really had people who were passionate about Star Wars and loved Star Wars and loved filmmaking at working at every level of it. And that starts with the director, J.J. Abrams, who I love the way J.J. Abrams directs Star Wars. I might be, I obviously love this movie. I love The Rise of Skywalker. I'm so glad you mentioned the 2009 Star Trek because that was one of the things that gave me confidence when I loved that movie as much as I did. And the only knock on it for some people that for me was a positive, where people were like, oh, this feels more like a Star Wars movie than a Star Trek movie. And I'm he was auditioning for the job you want.
But also what's interesting about that is, in a lot of respects, obviously, it's paying homage to a lot of things that are classic Star Wars, and there's a lot of aspects of it that feel similar to that. But I actually think that The Force Awakens shares a lot of sensibilities with an Indiana Jones movie.
Oh, honestly. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just in terms of, we always talk about Star Wars being like pulp serial adventure, but Indiana Jones is too. And this has this sort of rollicking, pace of let's go from insane action sequence to insane action sequence, all the while really carefully building in character and all that. But this is just a fun ride of a movie with thrills up the wazoo, and it really does remind me of a Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of feel. And so J.J. Abrams is tapping into Lucasfilm projects across the board. And that's what I love about it. We're gonna save my Rise of Skywalker feelings
because that movie is definitely Indiana Jones coded, and for me it works like dynamite.
I think this one has the balance better of serial pulp adventure, but also slower character moments, and so for me, this is he's just firing on all cylinders here, and I absolutely love his direction in the film. Yeah, it's just this is just a fun ride from beginning to end, and you're never bored, but also it never feels like the film slows down for character beats when it needs to. And you never feel like it's rushing through anything. It's a very delicate balance, and it's hard to pull off, and that's part of why this is just every time I do sometimes get over the years I've gotten dragged down by the fandom saying, oh, it's too much like the original Star Wars, and all that stuff. But every time I go back to actually watch this movie, I'm like, fuck, I love this. it's so much fun, and it's just and the chemistry of the cast is freaking amazing. You mentioned the three leads of this movie, not counting the original cast. What I'll say about Daisy Ridley is just just she's fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously she kills it as Rey across all three films, and hopefully an upcoming movie.
Mm-hmm.
But this was the first one out of the gate, and I think what's so great about her here is there's this, for this being her first major thing, there's just this spark behind her eyes, and her performance is so natural and flowing, and you immediately fall in love with her character, and you want to protect her.
Yes.
But also she doesn't need to protect him, as Finn finds out the first time he sees her. And I think it's one of the best performances in all of Star Wars, and I was actually personally gutted that she didn't get a Best Actress nomination in 2015, because I think she absolutely deserved it. I think that this movie overall was severely under awarded when it came out. Which may have been partially backlash, because everybody was there was that whole kerfuffle of I forget which group it was. It might have been the Critics' Choice Awards, that after the voting was all done and the nominations came out, they added the movie because they felt so much pressure to do it. And it's well, and I think that probably caused some backlash where people were like, well, we're not going to vote for Star Wars just because you tell us to. But and also there was how many big blockbuster spots do you have that year? And that year, Mad Max Fury Road was pretty firmly entrenched as the the sci-fi fantasy blockbuster movie that was getting the awards attention.
What I will say is, in that year 2015, that was that weird Oscar time where they had the sliding scale of the different number of nominees, and you had to have a certain percentage threshold to get in. And so I think there were 8 Best Picture nominees that year. I do think that if there had been a straight 10 that year, that The Force Awakens would have gotten in and become the first Star Wars movie since the original to be nominated for Best Picture. And I would have loved to see it. But I do think that that's probably why it missed. But it did still get 5 Oscar nominations. Sound effects, sound mixing, visual effects, original score, of course, for John Williams, and best film editing, which I think was actually a real testament to how well crafted this movie is.
Yeah. Just want to say hi to Mother Roy and Guilty Undertaker. You guys didn't miss anything. We actually went to the first 40 minutes of this stream were basically a Star Wars therapy session.
Well, it was something that had to happen. I knew that you wanted to talk about the time around Star Wars, the release, and I knew that you were going to be much more positive on that time than I was, and so I needed to clear the air. But now that we've done that, we can just celebrate what this great movie that we love so very much.
Yeah, and so I just, again, I think that Daisy Ridley just gives one of the best performances in the whole franchise, and there's just so many. I was actually looking to see if I had any good gifs of some of her moments across the. I don't know if it'll fit. No, that one's too big. But there's just moments I do have pictures of certain moments. It's not the close up that I would want, but it's when she's sitting down outside and she puts on the X-Wing fighter helmet, and she just looked she's got her own little life, and she's and she's just having her dinner and and just enjoying the view, and And then she does this great little thing with her like eyes and her nose, like later in the film when Han
Oh
says,
yeah, I'm so
like,
glad you mentioned that moment.
Chewie kind of likes you, and she just looks, and it's like a little like almost like a blink or something. She like squinches her nose. It's like I'm just gonna say she is like adorable throughout
Yeah.
this movie. Like it's just, and that's it's part of her performance that's so great. Like I said, we love Rey. It's just she's just got this wonderful personality that is just like, even though she goes through a lot of hardship, I think she looks, out at everything in her life with like, it's not to say she looks at everything positively. She's, struggling a lot, but I think she greets every new experience with this wide-eyed optimism, and it's like a sunny disposition.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've loved her work in this movie, ever since the first time I saw it, and then she just keeps raising the bar. She's absolutely phenomenal in The Last Jedi, and despite the fact that I have issues with Rise of Skywalker, her performance is not one of them. She continues just to be absolutely amazing, and that's why I want to see. Damn it! I want to see a new Rey film.
Oh, you know me. If I can only have one Star Wars project of everything that has been announced, movies or shows that's upcoming, it would be the Rey Skywalker movie directed by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy. I so want that to happen because of my love for Daisy Ridley and her performance as this character. I mean, I think she continues to grow and evolve and mature as a performer. That's why her performance in Rise of Skywalker is my favorite of the three. But in this movie, there's just an instant star making, quality that draws us to her. And it's, as you said, it's because she's a character who, in many respects, we have not seen, in Star Wars before. With this kind of energy, the immediate instinct is to compare her to the female leads of the other two Star Wars trilogies, Princess Leia Organa and Queen/Senator Padme Amidala. But they have a different life experience than Rey. They are politicians. They are, already established members of their in the fight, in the resistance. Rey is much more in this movie like Luke, in that she has kind of been isolated on a backwater world, away from it all, and is kind of, in many respects, has some understanding what's going on in the galaxy, but other aspects of it she doesn't know at all. And like one of my favorite moments, again, one of those moments where you just see her charm, but also her innocence, but also the goodness of her heart, is the moment when Finn tells her about the map to Luke Skywalker, and she turns and looks at him with wide eyes and almost whispers reverently, "Luke Skywalker, I thought he was a myth." But it's a myth that she's been keeping in her heart this entire time, because she wants to know what's out there in the galaxy, but she also is different from Luke in that Luke absolutely could not wait to get off of Tatooine and go have adventures in the larger galaxy, and then tragedy forced his hand. Whereas Rey is kind of almost clinging to her sheltered existence because she is operating under the hope / it's implied, buried trauma that her family is going to come back for her, because she has already really been through great trauma. Her family, for reasons she does not yet understand yet, left her behind on Jakku when she was 6 years old. And so in many respects, she has been living with that trauma, but it has not corrupted her heart. She is still so, pure in terms of her understanding of right and wrong. The moment that she rescues BB-8 just because Tito is trying to capture him and sell him off, she doesn't gain anything from that. She does it because it's the right thing to do. She turns down the opportunity to sell BB-8 to Unkar Plutt because even though it would feed her for months on end, probably, because she recognizes that this is wrong. And then ultimately she wants to help Finn, and she wants to, and she again doesn't have to do that, but she does it because in many respects there is something that has been guiding her entire life and she hasn't realized it, which is the Force and very specifically the light, as Maz Kanata calls it. And I think that Daisy she brings that out of Rey in such wonderful moments, in subtle ways throughout the movie, as well as in her big moments. Because there are moments when you can see the difficulty of the life that she's led, like the absolutely heartbreaking moment when she's going to Takodana for the first time, and she just looks out in awe and says, "I didn't realize there was this much green in the whole galaxy." And the look that Hawk gives her in that moment is just so heartbreaking. Like that this young woman had never, she'd never seen an open body of water or a forest or or mountains. And when she runs out into the out of the Falcon and closes her eyes and just feels the sun on her face, you're just you just want the world for her. And it's it's an incredibly endearing quality as a hero. But then also, as you mentioned, she is extremely competent. She is extremely self-resourceful. She has been surviving essentially by herself on this harsh world for over a decade. And that means that she does not need, people to help her. But one of the things that makes Rey such an understandable protagonist in her journey throughout the entire sequel trilogy is that she desperately wants family and community and a place of belonging. And we just feel that yearning from her throughout the entire trilogy. And it's one of the reasons why it's so incredibly rewarding when ultimately she finds it by the end.
Yeah. And it's just right. And it's impossible to I want to sort of segue into, while we're still talking about her, also talking about John Boyega, because really some of my favorite moments with her are her with him and vice versa. And I'm just gonna say I don't think that any film really did service to Finn in the way that Force Awakens does. I really wish we had gotten more on this level with the character. And we won't get into that. We'll save that for for the other.
I have issues with Finn's arc in The Last Jedi, less so The Rise of Skywalker. I'll put it that way. But I think that, this is Finn's movie.
Just I love, and it's not just him and Rey, it's him and Poe as well. John Boyega just has such this gift at sort of, wonderful with pretty much anybody he's sharing the screen with. I'm just thinking about moments just so you're with the Resistance? Obviously. Yes, I am with the Resistance. I am with the Resistance. I've never met a
Resistance fighter before. Well, this is what we look like. Yes. Some of us, others look different.
And then, you're a pilot. You can go anywhere. Why do you want to go back? You got a boyfriend? Cute boyfriend?
Yeah. You know what? Finn is understandably smitten with Rey from the second he lays eyes on her, and we get that because we are too. But but yeah, he definitely is not playing it cool when it comes to his adoration for her. But also that comes out in absolutely beautiful and empathetic moments, with the moment on Takodana where he says, I wasn't going to kill for them, so I ran right into you, and you looked at me like no one ever had. And that's one of the most beautiful moments in the entire movie. And it's why you understand that these two characters who came from very different life experiences, but both have trauma in their past that, is affecting, how they engage with the world. But the fact that they find each other, and from the moment that they do, like, there is an honest and sincere and real connection that forms almost immediately. And whether that's the Force or that's just, their natural personalities, like, it is very much, as Finn later says in The Rise of Skywalker, the Force brought me to Rey and to Poe. And it feels organic in that way, because whether or not you would want to call it destiny, destiny is ultimately a series of choices, and the choices that Finn makes and that Rey makes mean that they are ultimately going to fight their battles together.
Yeah. And I actually think that their relationship and the chemistry between Daisy Ridley and John Boyega is such a huge part of why this movie works the way that it does. And which is why, like, it absolutely, like, there's a lot that I love about The Last Jedi, but the decision to split these two up is sort of maddening. Like, I understand the reasons for doing it, but at the same time, it's like, no, it's like so much of these characters and the way they work in this film is like, there's other moments, like when they're on Han's, big freighter with, the Rathtars loose, and Rey, like, closes the doors at the right time to save Finn, and he's like, they had me, then the doors, that was lucky.
So humble, Rey.
Yeah.
She could have taken credit there, and she chose not to. They just are the only two people in the world who have better chemistry than Rey and Finn in this movie are Daisy Ridley and John Boyega in real life. Because if you ever see those two together, with John calling her peanuts and Daisy laughing and leading like dance parties for the two of them, it's just like, these two are just so sweet.
Yeah. So yeah, I just, and then that's without even talking about the chemistry between John Boyega and Oscar Isaac. And why are you helping me? Because it's the right thing to do. You need a pilot. I need a pilot.
and then the famous lip bite, and we're gonna do this.
Yeah. It's certain great, that whole sequence where they escape, and like the back and forth with, like, we can't go back to Jakku. We go to Jakku. We die. A droid has a map that leads straight to Luke Skywalker. Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Yeah, that was one of the things that actually, like, was such a pleasant surprise for me in watching the movie for the first time was Finn's characterization, because we knew, for instance, that he was going to be a stormtrooper who was defecting from the First Order, and the very first shot of him in that very first trailer of him popping into frame and looking terrified, obviously, and we also saw the shots of him with in the forest fighting Kylo Ren and like being brave and heroic, but the trailers didn't really sell just how goddamn he is in this movie, and just how, like, the fact that like this guy was a stormtrooper and was having to keep all this bottled up inside, and the second he's free of those shackles, he is just cracking witticisms left and right, and there you're just like, yeah, this is proof that whatever the First Order was trying to do to stamp out and introduce conformity, it didn't work. Not with this guy.
Yeah. I'm actually really interested, and maybe there's some of this in that new book. I haven't read it, but I'd just be interested to find out what the day-to-day life of these kids who were abducted into being stormtroopers is, because, like, I don't care what your job is, there's always downtime, even if you are
Mhm.
kidnapped and programmed into being a stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Um, I just wonder, like, who is Finn hanging out with in
Well,
his downtime that, like, some of these characteristics rubbed off. I want that story. I don't, like
well,
I said,
the thing is, there actually is that story. There was a novel called Before the Awakening that included short
okay.
vignettes of Finn and Poe and Rey before before the Force Awakens, and it shows Finn as kind of a little unit with three other stormtroopers. One of which is the stormtrooper who gets killed by Poe in the opening sequence and leaves the bloody handprint on his face, and one of the other ones is the stormtrooper who later calls him Peter and tries to kill him. But they were basically all like, buddies in that unit together. And Finn was definitely the one who was the cracking wise and bristling under the authority. There was, even though Phasma said this was his first instance of nonconformity, let's just say it was not the first time he had gotten under her skin.
Yeah, no, I love him so much. And yeah, and like that's what, and like, and despite all that, despite the fact that, he has a personality that definitely like transcends whatever the First Order was trying to do with him, it's still a really harsh, horrifying, set of circumstances that he's been put in over his entire youth and going into adulthood. And so, like, you do get the sense that when he, it's like he says later in the film when he runs into Rey, it's like he's never met anybody like her before. Um, Even like when he meets Finn, at least it's within his ecosystem of things he understands. Like it's a resistance fighter. Rey is completely outside of that. At least, until they start getting pursued. But like, and yeah, just I'm sure like all the girls he's met are also stormtroopers and probably probably weren't, if most of them are better or were more conformist than him, then they probably weren't
Yeah.
super interested.
If only he could have met Janna earlier, then maybe he
Yeah.
would have had a kindred spirit. But yeah, as it was, he was a fish out of water for sure.
But like I just feel like he's never met anybody like Rey before, and it's transformative for him. Um and yeah, so it's completely understood. Like under normal circumstances, it would be understandable why anybody would be smitten by Rey, but especially with how he's grown up, like, like it's very clear why he's just immediately like drawn to her, and and even though he's once he thinks she's going to be okay and BB-8's going to be okay, he's ready to sit off his own. But as soon as he gets wind of the fact that she's in danger, he pretty much drops all those plans and devotes himself to the cause. Not completely, because that's part of his journey in the next film, but like, and that's the thing, like his journey in the next film is learning that he can't just care about Rey. He has to care about more than that. And but it's endearing that his character arc in this film is going from just wanting to escape to being loyal to this one person who he's ready to risk everything for. And we get it, Finn.
We get it. I definitely, like people were, I don't know if I was ever like fully on like a Poe or a Finn Rey like shipper, dynamic, but I definitely ship them, together in terms of their friendship. And I get why they, the love between them is very, very real. And so I just, there's a reason why, like, throughout the trilogy, like, some of my favorite moments in the entire trilogy are moments of them together. They don't get much in The Last Jedi together, but their hug when they reunite. And then just going on the journey together in Rise of Skywalker, and especially that hug that they all share at the end. It's like, it always brings tears to my eyes, because just it's so authentic that these two people have found each other, and that they mean so much to each other. And it's one of the reasons why I hope that in the Rey film, God, I hope John Boyega agrees to be in it and is ultimately, whether or not he's a Jedi, I think he hopefully will be. I just want more of these two characters together.
I want sort of the fulfillment of what's sort of promised in this film, not in terms of any kind of, like, even though I do think there's like sparks, in this film. I don't need it to be like anything that develops into anything romantic, but given that, like, even in Rise of Skywalker, where they're back together, it's not like it's not delivering on the same kind of dynamic that we get in this film, because they're part of a group. I'd like to see in another film where it's the two of them and their bond, and giving them a chance. Hold on a sec. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Because I don't think either of the other two films really delivered on the promise of the relationship that we see here in terms of, really exploring their dynamic beyond this movie. And so I'd very much like to see something where it's, basically, I agree. I'd like to see him in the upcoming Rey movie, and yeah, but in the meantime, we still have this film which for my money lives or dies on their character dynamic and their chemistry, which I think is great. And then like, going back to talking about Poe, I really feel like I underappreciated Oscar Isaac in this when the film originally came out. Now I absolutely love him. It's like he's amazing right from the opening of the film, and then when it's that first confrontation between him and Kylo Ren, and the whole, so who talked first? You talked first, I talked first. Which people derided, like the sense of humor that Rian Johnson brought to The Last Jedi, but I actually think it has its roots in this movie, and I think a lot of that comes from Oscar Isaac. And so I just think he's great, and really his role as Poe Dameron, really, like, beyond just how great he is in these movies, it also like provides the ultimate like little in joke in Dune, where he says that he wanted to be a pilot. It's like, so in alternate reality, that character is Poe Dameron.
Another life, another time. And yeah, I mean, Poe in this movie is definitely the third of the three leads. He's off screen for a decent chunk of that. And there's a reason for that, because it's been essentially, heavily reported and confirmed by both J.J. and Poe that in the original draft of The Force Awakens, Poe was supposed to die in the crash that lands him and Finn back on Jakku. But then they made a fatal mistake with that plan. They cast Oscar Isaac, and they're like, nope, we can't do it. Can't do it. He's going to stick around. And thank God he does, because he is probably in this movie the character who has the clearest, sense of where he is, what he wants, and how to go about getting it, because he is an established member of the Resistance at this point. But one of his kind of, arcs on the journey is the fact that, he does end up needing Finn's help to complete his mission. And, the sincerity of the gratitude that he feels when he sees that Finn and Rey did what he couldn't and got, BB-8 at least back to the Resistance. And even though they don't know it, the map to Luke Skywalker that's partially in R2-D2 and the part that BB-8 has will ultimately be, reunited there. But he just is like, otherwise he really is much more of just kind of the straightforward, heroic, pilot character. And then the subsequent movies reveal a couple more layers about how he still has some growing to do in terms of his journey to becoming not just a pilot, but a leader of the Resistance, the leader of the Resistance by the end, with Finn, his co-general. But in this movie, Poe was one of the characters who, we had seen him from the outset in that initial trailer. We saw that he was going to be an X-Wing pilot, and there are a lot of different, we knew about the X-Wing pilots from the, the original trilogy, like Wedge and those characters, and it's possible that he could have just been that, but he ended up leveling up so much further because, again, you cast Oscar Isaac and if you're smart, you give him stuff to do in your movie.
Well, and also Oscar Isaac was still a rising star at this point in his career. 2015 was a big year for him between this and Ex Machina. But before that, he was if you were into film, you were aware of the fact that he was popping up in things, and but his profile was a bit lower. But I think this was a real turning point for him. The year that this came out, and then he just started, getting more and more juicy parts, in the years to come. And again, by the time you get on to the other side of the sequel trilogy, he's a major, huge star. And and I won't lie, if you asked me to make a choice on his 2015 roles, I'm gonna go for Ex Machina just because of his, if for nothing else, for that dance.
Yeah. When we talked about the Ex Machina earlier this year, we know that the fun dynamic that not only does that movie star Oscar Isaac, but also Domhnall Gleeson, and in that movie, Oscar Isaac plays the asshole, and Domhnall Gleeson is kind of the more noble character, although he has a darker side too. And in this movie, it's Oscar Isaac is just pure heroic and charm, and Domhnall Gleeson is very much the whingy fascist asshole.
And this is before Hux even gets to have even starts to get made fun of. In this one, he's just straight up fascist asshole that we're not even going to laugh at. We're just going to say, we
laugh a couple times, or at least I do. But yes, this is his least comedic performance in the sequel trilogy.
I will say, especially in 10 years on in today's modern context, I just find that scene where he's addressing the crowd of stormtroopers before Starkiller Base destroys Hosnian Prime. It's so chill. It was chilling back in 2015, and now I watch it and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, when we get shift to talking about the First Order, we are going to have a heavy emphasis on the fact that when people were in this movie came out, people were like, the Empire's coming back again. That's so unrealistic. That's so has been. They don't have any new ideas, and then you watch it now and you're like, oh. This was prescient, wasn't it? Much like the prequels were. But yeah, we'll get there. And I just want to mention Eric in the chat is shouting out Inside Llewyn Davis as the kind of a major breakout role for Oscar Isaac. Yeah, that movie is great, and also features Adam Driver in a in a supporting role, and the absolutely brilliant clip that was everywhere when this movie was cast of Adam Driver singing "Outer Space, Outer Space."
Yeah. Speaking of which, let's talk about Adam Driver. Because we've been focused on our new heroes. Let's mention our and yes, we can have a talk in the later films about the more Ben Solo comes back to the fray, but for now Kylo Ren is our villain, a very interesting and complex villain, but a villain nonetheless, because of course he kills his own father, which I will admit, like when I saw this film back in 2015, I was like, oh, this is a character who's never coming back to the light, because we just saw him murder his father, who is also Han Solo, and that's like, you don't come back from that. But that's me not taking in the lessons of Star Wars, which is that if he had lived at the end of this trilogy, he would very much have still been facing consequences for his actions, but in terms of like personal redemption and sort of this idea that it's never too late to come back from the dark side and to do what's right. People are like, why did Kylo Ren have to die in Rise of Skywalker? It's like, well, what do you think was going to happen if he came if he came back with Rey? Everybody would be like, hey dude, what's up?
Yeah.
You'd have to answer for a lot, and the seeds are planted for that in this movie. So like so yeah, it's when Star Wars it's the same thing with Vader. It's like, it's important, like thematically, and to tell the story of the fact that it's never too late to make the right decision. But the practicalities of that in terms of like, if you actually live through the story, they're going to be a bit more complicated. Hence why these characters usually end up sacrificing themselves.
Yeah.
But we're not there yet. And this is where Kylo tries to close himself off from any chance of coming back to the light. And in particular, back, when you think about where the sort of cap of this, not cap, but like the bookend of this, his killing of Han in this movie that we get in Rise of Skywalker, which actually is one of my favorite parts of that film, where we see Han again, and like that just like so beautifully enhanced the moment in this film when Han, puts his hand on Ben's cheek, and it's just so utterly heartbreaking. But yeah, Adam Driver just killed it, not only in this film but across the whole trilogy. And he is like, along with Daisy Ridley, he is like one of the best things about these films, especially from an acting perspective.
Hunter from last week is back in the chat. Hey, Hunter.
Oh, hi, Hunter. Great to see you.
Yeah, and yes, to answer your question, I do think that when Empire Strikes Back turns 50, they will put it in theaters. And as we talked about, it may even end up being the original restored original version. I think I would suspect. But yeah, this I think there is a case to be made that Adam Driver is one of the best actors who has ever been in a Star Wars movie, because when you look at like his entire filmography and how great he's been and everything. Like he's one of the actors who, like, if you have made me bet my life on like this actor will win an Oscar, you know, in the next like 20 years, like Adam Driver would be one of my top picks off the board because he's just that compelling of a screen presence. And in this case, but this was a breakout role for him too, because before this, he had primarily been known for that HBO show Girls, where he played kind of a, you know, interesting character to say the least.
That was the whole thing, wasn't it? Like a lot of people, myself included, were like, him?
Yeah, and then you watch him in this movie, and you're like, nope, make it. He's.
I will admit, there was still part of me that like. I watched this film and he takes his mask off and he's like, that's the guy from Girls.
No, I mean, I love that moment because it is the quintessential moment, speaking to the Rey over all later in the trilogy, when he removes his mask and Daisy has a little like blink and like pull back, and it is a stereotypical, prototypical, oh no, he's hot moment.
I did think about that when I was watching it.
Yeah, and but I mean that is one of the things that makes him such a fascinating character. Is, you know, he is I agree, Hunter. He is a character, and he is Han and Leia's son. He is of the light, as War Santeca says to him of that in the opening scene. But he has chosen the path of the darkness, and he is actively fighting the return to the light side because. He thinks that is his route to power and to claiming his own identity. And the fact that he, unlike Vader, does not need his mask, but chooses to wear it as a way to kind of reinforce the idea of who he wants to be, this monster, is one of the most fascinating elements of his character.
He's cosplaying.
He is, and people can take that as a negative, but it is literally like the selling point of the character that he is a Vader fanboy. He is a lot like, he's one of those people like Darth Vader is the coolest person who ever walked the earth, and I want to be like him.
I think it is one of the things about this movie that it's like, I don't think you can really like separate it from the film in the same way that this is the first Star Wars film that was made by fans of, of Star Wars. Likewise, a lot of these characters have like grown up on tales of what happened, in the other films. And so just like, the way Rey lights up with hearing about Luke Skywalker, and likewise, and Kylo Ren is a Darth Vader fanboy, and the same way that these younger officers of the First Order are sort of idolizing the Empire that came before them, to the point where and again, people use this as a criticism for the movie, but I completely buy that, like, the only idea they can come up with is, let's do the Death Star, but bigger. So I think the movie does actually, like, from a story point, treats a lot with how the past of this universe is viewed by the younger generation coming up, in the same way of the younger generation that's making the film. And I find that a really sort of cool, if you want to use the term meta sort of, lens on the movie. I've always found that really interesting, and particularly like the way Kylo views Vader is very much a sort of, looking at the way that sort of I'm going to go ahead and get political for a second, like the fascists of today are like, they just see this past thing that they idolize because they're hateful, but they're not going searching for the lessons of the past. It's very much in the way that, like, and I was happy that they addressed this in the recent in Daredevil Born Again, with the cops idolizing the Punisher, and then the Punisher comes in and says, you all don't have one fucking clue what I'm about. Shut the F up. And so in a similar way, like Kylo is not actually like, he's looking at Vader, at what Vader was, whereas Anakin came back from the dark. And if he wants to look at Vader's legacy, that's what it is. It's that the dark side ultimately did not serve him. It was, something that kept him from his true self. And yeah, so it's very much about how the younger generation interprets what came before. And it's an aspect of this movie that I really, and the whole trilogy, that I like a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, the fact of the matter is that, exactly as you said, like, even though Kylo kind of idolizes Vader, he doesn't have a full understanding of Vader's story. You know, I mean, I think he knows. I think he knows that Anakin came back to the light in the end. But I think there's a moment in the novelization where Snoke basically frames Anakin's decision to return to the light side as something like a last moment of weakness in an otherwise extraordinary life. And that is kind of him, like that. And so that is why, like, when he's sitting there talking to Vader's helmet, and he's basically like, "Forgive me, I feel it again, the call to the light. Show me, grandfather, again, the power of the darkness, and I will finish what you started." And the beauty of it, of course, ultimately, he actually does end up finishing what Anakin started by the end of the trilogy. But in this movie, he has a warped understanding of it. And he also, again, the fact that he doesn't need the mask, like, Vader was a creature created from pain and tragedy and fear of loss, that led not only to his soul being, terribly damaged, but his body as well. And Kylo is ultimately almost trying to manufacture that. I will acknowledge, like, he does have some real pain at his core. It's, they establish the fact that, like, he ultimately feared that he couldn't live up to the legendary precedent set by his famous mother and his famous father and his famous uncle. And he felt like he didn't have his own, life and identity. Understandable things for a young boy to be feeling at that age. But then Snoke/Palpatine seized on those things and built them up into something much worse, kind of like how, unfortunately, young men in our real world get radicalized online by these kind of hateful influencers who seize upon those insecurities and then twist them into something far darker. And that's why, like, Kylo is such a fascinating and effective villain for this trilogy, for the most part, because he is a character who definitely, like, does terrible villainous things. Like, anytime people are like, "Oh, Kylo was purely a victim," I point back to the scene right in the beginning of this movie where he has all the villagers rounded up, and what does he tell Phasma to do? Kill them all. That's a terrible evil act. So he does do terrible evil acts, but in the Star Wars galaxy, that does not mean that you're beyond redemption. The idea that redemption doesn't mean you do one good thing at the end of your life and you are forgiven for everything that came before. It means that no matter what you've done, it's never too late to make a better choice, as Ben ultimately does. But in this movie, he is almost actively trying to do the opposite. Like, he is given this opportunity by Snoke, essentially, to say, all right, you want to prove your bona fides to the dark side? Well, then you will have to do this almost unimaginable thing of kill your father. And what's so powerful about that scene, not just, because of our agony for Han and what he's trying to do for his son in that moment, and the beautiful face touch that comes back later, but what the movie makes very smart and very clear is that Ben does this terrible thing, and then it doesn't make him stronger. It makes him weaker, weak enough to the point that he actually gets bested by Rey later in the movie. And that is a proof that the dark side is ultimately not the pathway to power that Snoke and Palpatine want him to believe that it is.
Yeah, even Snoke says in the next film, he says, Kylo says, when the moment came, I didn't hesitate. And Snoke says, and look at you, it split your spirit to the bone.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so tragic, and uh, you know, and also on Han's side, the fact that he knows that he's probably going to his death when he calls out Ben's name, but he's gonna do it for his son. You know, um, yeah, God, that's and speaking of Han, we're going to talk about him, but let's go ahead and take the mid roll right now, um, which will also free us up to uh, talk about a couple other things real quick, Star Wars related. It's the end of the year, so I don't have anything to announce for next week, but we are going to. We've got some things that we know we're going to get to. Obviously, we're talking about the Force Awakens this week, so one of the things on the horizon for the new year, we'll be talking about the rest of the sequel trilogy, The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. And there's a couple things that we missed because I was out sick and because, because of scheduling and those types of things. We're going to definitely finally at last in January get back to the back half of Alien Earth and talk about those final 4 episodes, which it just seems hilarious at this point that we're it seems like the ship has sailed so much on that, but damn it, I want to talk about those episodes, so we will. And then we're also going to talk about James Gunn's Superman, which we wanted to talk about a couple weeks ago, but again, scheduling got in the way of that. And so that's what we have planned for now. We'll we'll probably float some ideas tonight after this stream for other stuff that we'll want to cover.
Yeah,
But
and one of those things will probably be what Hunter points out in the chat. Eventually, the Mandalorian and Grogu is coming out next year. And to answer your question, Hunter, I am excited. I'm very excited for it. I'm always excited for a new Star Wars movie. I will acknowledge I am not perhaps as excited for it as some other potential projects down the line, including the one we know we're getting, Star Wars Starfighter, and then the possibility of like the James Mangold Dawn of the Jedi movie or the Charmin Obaid-Chinoy Rey Skywalker movie. And that's purely just because, at this point, we kind of know what The Mandalorian is and kind of what the kind of story we'll be in for. But I still think it's going to be a great fun, and it's going to be a thrill to have Star Wars back on the big screen again. So
yeah, I was so excited because I forget exactly which movie it was. If it was was it when I went to go see Wicked on IMAX? I don't remember. One of the films I went to go see, and I saw the trailer for The Mandalorian and Grogu on IMAX, which was pretty damn cool. Just to see anything Star Wars on a big screen, but also to see like that universe, that specific side of the Star Wars galaxy on an IMAX screen, which is something I've never seen before. Was pretty damn awesome, and I can't wait until we get like our next look at it, because I don't want to know too much about it because I have a feeling there's going to be some surprises. But I would like to see a little bit more because I feel like what we've gotten so far is pretty much so far what we've gotten is what we expect from a Mandalorian movie, but I'd like to see just a bit more. And and I'm very much hoping that we get something in front of Avatar Fire and Ash for it. In addition to, I think we're supposed to be getting teas for Avengers Doomsday too, which I'm very excited for. So yeah, that's all going to be a lot of fun. And then and going back, Hunter, to what you were asking about Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, I definitely think they'll be doing 50th anniversary showings of both that and then Return of the Jedi when that comes around. And I fully expect to actually see, because they've actually been working on restorations for all 3 films in their original form. And so I fully expect that when Empire screens in when will that be?
It'll be
2030.
2030.
I think that's the version we'll see on screens. Yeah, that's why if my excitement for Mandalorian and Grogu has been tempered somewhat, it's only because the news has since come out that in 2027 we're getting the original Star Wars in theaters, which I'm just like, I'm so like insanely excited about that. It's going to be so great.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm especially looking forward for the chance to see Empire Strikes Back at that time, because Empire is the one and only Star Wars movie that I've never had a chance to see in theaters. Because when they were doing the 40th anniversary screenings, it was the middle of the COVID pandemic, and so I didn't go to those. But I've since I've obviously seen A New Hope and Return to the Jedi on the big screen, and so I need Empire to complete the set. And if it can be the despecialized version, that'll also be really cool.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused about it, because I think what it is that is the Odyssey prologue is going to be attached to like IMAX film showings, like the 70 millimeter. I don't think they're showing that on just like the if you have like a digital IMAX theater, because it seems like every time Christopher Nolan attaches like a prologue or like an extended 5-minute preview for something, it's usually reserved for those proper 70 millimeter film IMAX theaters, which bugs me a little bit, because I'd love to see a piece of the Odyssey, but film is obviously that's very important to him, and that's why he reserves it for that. But I'm just I don't have anything near me that I can make it to that would show that, but that's okay. I'll get to see I'll see the movie eventually. But yeah, it'd at least be nice to like the teaser trailer isn't even online. Like that's only for like, I've seen it a couple times in like at IMAX showings for movies I've gone to see, but he's kept it reserved for theaters only. I'm like, come on, dude. What are we back in the early 2000s?
Well, I mean, in fairness to Christopher Nolan, not only is he a big advocate of the theatrical experience, but he is now the head of the Directors Guild of America, and he seems to be having a bit of an issue right now with the way that movies are being taken away from theaters, possibly with the whole Netflix news. So I think he's trying to fight the good fight in whatever way he can. But yeah, it's like at a certain point, it's like we've all seen the teaser trailer. Let it be online, for God's sake.
Yeah. But okay. I love Nolan, so I'm not going to complain too much. No, but no, on what you were talking about, the fact that you've never seen Empire on the Return of the Jedi is the one that I've actually never seen on the big screen, because I saw both special editions of Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back in theaters back in '97, but by the time I got around to wanting to go see Return of the Jedi, they had already pulled it from theaters. And so I didn't get to see the special edition of Return of the Jedi until the VHS release. So I always felt a little I felt a bit raw about that. One of these days I'll see Return of the Jedi in theaters, even if it's not I hope it's before 2033, for God's sake.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so too. I managed to check that one off 2 years ago when they did the 40th anniversary screenings of Return to the Jedi in theaters. So that was when I saw it for the first time, because the only special edition that I got to see in theaters was the original A New Hope one. So, but that was my introduction to Star Wars. So obviously, it's a very special memory.
I'm not familiar with that. Well, what is that?
It's the A New Hope. It's a famous movie. It's an updated version of a famous movie.
Star Wars. Star Wars. I gotcha.
I that's what I said. I said Star Wars: A New Hope.
Having some, just having some fun. Someone we both know had a temper tantrum related to that, and I'm just doubling down.
Yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate you drawing your line in the sand, but I'm also sympathetic to that individual's point about the level of maybe you don't need to be quite so hardline about it.
I will say that the movie I've watched at home for like the past 10 years is just called Star Wars. So,
which we know.
yeah. But yeah, okay, we'll move past that. I don't know. Anything else you want to talk about before we dive back into?
Well, I don't know if you want to spend a ton of time on this, because we usually do it in our post-stream discussions, but you managed to finally fully catch up on Stranger Things in time for us to join us on the journey for the final 4 episodes.
I'm so excited. Only thing is I have to figure out when I'm going to squeeze in the next 3 episodes that they drop, because I'll still be on my trip in Maryland when those drop, and then I'm getting back I think 2 days before I go see the finale in theaters. So I have to figure out whether I'll be satisfied watching the next 3 episodes on my phone or if I want to wait and squeeze them all in when I get back from my trip.
I think you'll probably be able to do that, provided the episodes aren't like 3 hours long, which they might be.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. But yeah, no, I'm really excited that I'm gonna get to go see the finale on the big screen, though. Yeah. And it's gonna be in a nice theater, even though I'm gonna have to drive about 50 minutes to an hour to get there. But it's a nice theater. So looking forward to that. Yeah, I have absolutely loved the show, and I can't believe that like I've managed to catch up so quickly. But the show's that good, and but it feels weird having gone through what for other people has been like a 10-year journey in like a month and a half at most. Yeah. And just to see these characters all grow up. Mm-hmm. As each season passes, and I'm like, wow, I've really just sort of sped through this journey that was like that has been like something so totally different for especially the like younger generations for whom this was like such a big event in their lives. I think about the fact that I've watched the show Outlander over the course of like the over 10 years that show has been on, and the fact that it's felt like so much part of my personal growth as a person. And then I'm like, for a lot of people, that's been the same sort of thing with Stranger Things. Meanwhile, I'm just going right through. But that's okay. I've enjoyed not having to wait like 3 years between seasons.
That's a perk. Yeah, it was definitely the patience was definitely tested, especially in the gap between seasons 4 and 5. But it's been worth the wait, because I've really loved season 5 so far, and especially that final episode and the way it ends is just like, it was one of the best moments of the entire show, and I'm just so stoked for where things are going to go from here.
Yeah, we won't discuss it for people who haven't seen it, but all I can say is I was like, Oh my God, holy shit. So yeah, I can't wait to see the rest of it. But at the same time, I'm sorry to bid it farewell. So,
Yeah.
But okay, let's get back into talking Star Wars and this film. Yeah, so we've talked about, like, you know, everything the new cast, you know, brought to the film and their stories. Let's go ahead and bask for a little bit in the return of our classic characters. This movie is like, you know, if we're, you know, zeroing in on the classic characters, this is Han's movie.
Yeah.
You know, and and I'm just so delighted because I never really thought that we'd see Harrison return to Star Wars in this way, where, like, not only did he come back, but he's got like a whole movie where he's like, as far as the classic characters go, he's the central figure.
Yeah.
You know, and he's sort of the, you know, the, not in a traditional like Jedi sort of way, but he's the master to raise apprentice in a way.
He's this movie's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah. And I just, yeah, let me see. I'll probably just bring up a picture I had before. Sorry, I don't have as many pictures this week as I sometimes do, but yeah, it's Harrison is just an absolute delight in this. It's really interesting seeing him go from, like, because, you know, at this point in his career, you figure Harrison might just phone in his performances when it comes to, like, you know, coming back and revisiting stuff. But like what he does in this film is so totally different from what he does in, say, Blade Runner 2049. Mm-hmm. Is because he really gets like the different kinds of movies these are and the different, you know, how different the characters are, and he's just having an absolute blast playing Han again. And it's, I think, one of my favorite aspects of his performance in this movie is just seeing those little moments that like show that either things that we haven't seen from Han before, or like things that are like the culmination of, like, you know, what we expect this guy has gotten up to in the past 30 years. You know, for the former, it's like moments with, like, where he takes Chewie's blaster and seemingly uses it for the very first time, and he's like, wow. He's like, I should have been using this. And then the fact that, like, he's been up to so much over the passage of time that everybody knows who he is, to the point where, like, you know, I love, you know, the whole thing with you know, the people he's swindled, and, like, you know, the whole Conja Club. It's like, your game is old. There's nobody left in the galaxy for you to swindle. And yeah, it's like time for Han is running out. So he's gotta, like, you know, it's a really great way of the movie showing that regardless of what his fate was going to be in this movie, he had to wind his way back to Leia and to the Resistance, because the whole, you know, his whole shtick of being like, you know, smuggler, just like everybody, like, he's been doing this too long. Like, he can't fool anybody anymore.
Yeah.
And you know, it's unfortunate because that does give the impression of, like, his clock is running down. Yeah. But he's still got some more some more good to do, some tricks up his sleeve. So and it's just, of course, it's a joy that he and Chewie are reunited with the Falcon.
Yeah.
And that of course was like one of the most iconic moments out of the marketing for this film was him and Chewie, coming into the Falcon and him saying, "Chewie, we're home."
Yeah.
And yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier of sort of the joy of like them tapping into like classic Star Wars is like I don't know anybody who saw that who didn't like feel it tugging at their heartstrings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I love him so much, and then of course not to I not to leave our main man out, like especially since, and I believe this was his final time playing the role.
It was, yeah.
I think Peter Mayhew playing Chewbacca for at least some of the scenes in the film, and that's why, and you can tell when it's him.
Yeah.
There's just something behind the eyes, and that just meant so much to me. And like there's a moment at the end of the film when he's looking at Rey as they're taking off in the Falcon, and it just tugs at my heartstrings. And what he contributed to these movies just was, so much. That's the thing, like anybody who says, oh, it's just a guy in a big, fluffy costume, it's like you look behind the eyes and what he brought to it, and just the way he carried himself. Yeah, it's just such an enormous contribution to these movies, and the camaraderie between Han and Chewie. Just yeah, and it was just so great to see that on display in this movie.
Yeah, no, starting with Chewie before I circle back to Han, this was indeed Peter Mayhew's final time wearing the costume on set. He would ultimately pass away in 2019. And it was well documented how many health problems he had in the latter part of his life. But when we say it was such a joy that they got the big three to come back, I mean, I think people kind of tend to overlook the Peter Mayhew because not only did he had come back for like Revenge of the Sith before and everything, so he hadn't been gone quite as long. And yes, as you said, it's just because he's, we don't see him behind the costume, but it does matter because a real performer needs to be behind those eyes. And it's one of the reasons why one of the biggest successes of this new era of Star Wars is that they found a worthy person to carry on the legacy of Chewbacca with Eunice Swadamo, who has been awesome in every project where he's gotten to play Chewbacca since, and a few other Wookiees as well. But Han, Harrison Ford, as you said, this is his movie. And the fact that it was not a guarantee that we would ever get him back is one of the reasons why this performance is so special. Now, I will note that, like, again, because I was immersed in things like the expanded universe before I saw this movie, like I had a different understanding of what Han's life had been like leading up to this movie, because in the expanded universe, he and Leia like stay together and they have 3 kids, not just one. One of them still does go to the dark side, Jason Solo. But then he stays much more like in the realm of like the rebellion, the committed rebellion / republic, general. Whereas in this movie, when we find him, he is, it seems, as you said, he's back to his old tricks. And part of you wonders, well, why did they make that choice? But then the movie unfolds that story in such a beautiful way. Of that, it's a response to the trauma of losing his son to the dark side, that he went back to the only thing he thought he was ever any good at, as did Leia. And of course, he was great as a rebellion general, but like he definitely feels like, when that's connected to the fact that he chose to open up his heart and become part of something larger than himself. Whereas, the simplest time in his life, such as it was when he and Chewie were just, smugglers who were taking jobs from gangsters across the galaxy and trying to, avoid the debts, karmic and otherwise, that would come with it. And But the thing is, Han as a character has still grown beyond that, and it's a regression for him to have find himself back where he is, and the connection that he forges with Rey is what leads him back to his true path. And just seeing him forge that connection with this young woman, who, reminds him so much of himself and of Luke and presumably of his son at that age, just with kind of the optimism and, joy that she has for life, also the commitment and the resilience. It reawakens something in him, and whether that's the Force working through him or just, him remembering what it meant to actually care about something larger than just himself and Chewie and his ship and everything. But it's vital because it's the moment when we see there's our hero. There's the man who we loved so much in the original trilogy. He's still in there. When he says, "I used to be Han Solo," we know that's not true. He still very much is. And it makes the decision that he to get back in the fight, and then ultimately the incredibly brave choice to try and save his son, because his wife Leia, the woman he loves, asks him to. Like, as you said, whether or not he knew that he was going out to his death when he was walking out on that bridge, like, it didn't matter because he was going to do it regardless, because even though he probably didn't find ways to say it enough when Ben was still with him, he loves his son more than he loves his life. And he is willing to give everything for him. And I honestly think that that scene on the bridge may be Harrison Ford's best acting in the entire saga, especially when we get the callback to it in The Rise of Skywalker. It is, as our friends at Force Center like to say, the hand touch that saved the galaxy.
Yeah, that sequence is so interesting just from a performance and character standpoint, because I do think that Han, I don't think it matters to him stepping out on there whether he makes it out of that situation alive or not, but he's gonna try his damnedest to save his son's soul. Mm-hmm. And he does exactly that, just not right away. But it's that hand touch, that touch of the hand, to Ben's cheek, that actually is eventually the undoing of Kylo Ren and the rebirth of Ben Solo. So even as he's about to fall to his death, he's still doing what he can to save his son. And it's so and I actually, and what's interesting from Kylo / Ben's side of that is, I don't think he even knows what he's going to do in that scene.
I agree.
I actually think that there's a moment where he's actually going to hand that lightsaber over to his father. But then the shadow passes over, and then that's the result that gives him the resolve he feels he needs to then fully give into the darkness. And for me, that's like when he fully makes the decision to kill his father. I don't think he's sure of exactly what he's going to do up until that moment. And that's just what makes it so goddamn tragic.
Yeah, his dialogue in that scene where he says, "I am being torn apart. I want to be free of this pain. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Will you help me?" And Han says, "Yes, anything." And that, he is like struggling with that moment. And I think when in that moment, he is hiding the fact that he, is considering killing his father. But I agree with you that he doesn't know if he can do it, and he doesn't know if he will do it. And I think
when he's saying those words to him, his meaning behind those words is, "I'm going to kill you.
Will you help me do it?" Yeah, but he doesn't mean
but
it.
But I don't think that he's sure he can do it.
Yeah,
and I think that then there's a moment where he said, where I think there's a moment where he considers not doing it and just going with his father.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, the shadow comes over and his resolve strengthens again, and then he kills him. That's like just the uncertainty there, and the the wavering back and forth is just what makes that such a great moment. Particularly from a performance standpoint, from Adam Driver. I just it's so good, and it's so haunting, and it's so like yeah, it just kills me every time. And I wasn't sure how I felt originally necessarily. Like I thought everything about, like, from an acting standpoint, everything was great. I just wasn't, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure how I felt about that as like an ending to Han's story, just based off of living with the character for my entire life. But, and we'll talk more about this when we get around to Rise of Skywalker, because again, just to say, like, obviously I have my issues with the film, as we'll talk about, but that is truly one of my favorite moments out of the whole sequel trilogy, not just because it's a beautiful moment in that film, but because of then retroactively what it does for this moment is just like it increases its power tenfold or even 100-fold, and just makes it the moment that Han saved his son. Yeah. And like, you couldn't ask for a better ending for Han Solo.
Yeah.
And
no.
Yeah, I just, what a great character moment, and a great acting moment between Harrison Ford and Adam Driver. It's so good.
Good. And I think that, we've been talking a lot about the emotionality of it, but I just also want to emphasize, like, just how effective as a cinematic moment it is in terms of not only the emotions of the two characters, but just the construction of it, like being set at the heart of this, like seething, weapon with this vast, this narrow bridge over a yawning void that the two of them have to cross to approach each other with, like, the fires of the planet's core below. It's like, it's very much, even though this isn't a lightsaber duel, it's a setting evocative of one, like in terms of the heightened emotions and stakes. And I will always remember, like, it wasn't, even though we were thrilled to have Harrison back, there was kind of a high degree of suspicion among everyone watching that it's like, he's going to come back for this one, but I think he's probably going to go as he famously wanted to do in Return of the Jedi, and George said no. And so we were waiting for the moment, and as he starts to walk out on the bridge, I remember the way my heart was just pounding, because I was recognizing on a core level, this is it. This is,
which, by the way,
can
we also just take a moment to, like, how powerful that moment is, when the fact that we don't know Kylo Ren's real name up to this point. I don't think it's even something we're consciously thinking about. That his name, like, I mean, obviously, because Kylo Ren, there's no Solo in there, so obviously it's a title of some sort. But I wasn't consciously thinking about, oh, what's his real name, but then just the moment, and because of the weight that name carries. But to hear it coming from, Han's mouth, just stepping out there and loudly just booming out, Ben, it just was like, it was like a gut punch,
Yeah.
just because of the legacy of that name. And especially in retrospect, after the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
I was going to say.
It's like, oh God. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was such a it was a powerful moment at that time, as we were just detailing, but it was a little bit of a cognitive dissonance for me hearing it the first time. One, just because, again, legend context, Han and Leia had 3 kids, Anakin, Jason, and Jaina in Legends, and Ben was the name of Luke's son with Mara Jade. So it was kind of an interest, and so I was like, I understood why they were doing it, and it still made sense to me. It was like, Ben Kenobi was the person who kind of brought Han and Leia together, so it makes sense that they would honor him with that name. But you were right. Like, after watching the Obi-Wan Kenobi show and seeing the connection that Leia forged with the man she knew as Ben, Obi-Wan, in that series, it's like, oh God. Of course, of course, that was the only name they would ever have for their son.
And I'd come from a different perspective, because even though I've read, at this point I had read a couple, expanded universe, and I still honestly haven't read that many, so I was not necessarily clued in on all the various offspring of Luke and Han and Leia and all that. So for me, it was just, so I was aware of the fact that in the expanded universe, there were children, but I wasn't carrying that with me into this movie. So the reaction I had to it was just the fact that that the importance of Obi-Wan had was just, even though at this point, Han and Leia weren't seen to have a particularly close relationship with Obi-Wan, but obviously Luke had. And so they were sort of honoring the importance of, Obi-Wan Kenobi in that way, and because of his connection to Luke. And so that in of itself was very emotional to me, and because it's the last thing I would have ever expected to come out of Han's mouth at that moment. But now, especially knowing that actually Obi-Wan did have a very close relationship with Leia. And so now that moment is even more impactful because of the personal connection there. And oh God, it's just, it's so good. But that was, regardless, that was an impactful moment for me when I saw this movie, because all of a sudden it spoke to so much of who this guy was outside of his fall to the dark side, and the relationship that he had with his parents and with his uncle, even though we haven't seen that as of yet. It just, but also the moment he steps out on that bridge, you're like, fuck, this is the end of Han Solo. You could feel it. Oh God, so good though.
Yeah, it's so good. And one thing, obviously it was most important that they cast Adam Driver, because he's a phenomenal performer who could carry the weight of the character. But I think also an underrated part of it is the fact that Adam Driver plausibly looks like he could be the son of Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher. It actually does.
Maybe I just always thought about the fact that he looks like my cousin Leo.
Well, that's a great compliment to your cousin Leo, then, because Adam Driver, obviously, if you go anywhere on the internet, you see he's got internet thinks Adam Driver is a pretty handsome guy.
But yeah, I think that's why that was part of why it took me some time to take him seriously as the a dark lord of the Sith. Because I'm like, I don't see that coming from my cousin Leo. but yeah. Obviously I've come around, and I love Adam Driver in the role, but it did take some getting used to.
Indeed. Well, do you want to talk about Ben Solo's other parent?
Yes. General Leia, or not. General, to me, she's royalty. Well,
She
she
certainly
definitely is
is.
that. Yeah, the great Carrie Fisher, who like, yeah, and we will talk about this more with the when we get to talk about Rise of Skywalker, but just in terms of the entire sequel trilogy, I remain heartbroken that she passed away
Yeah.
before she could really deliver in the final film, because I think the I think the third film would have been vastly different um, if she had not passed away, and I think I would feel much more satisfaction and closure from getting to see her like really deliver on the promise of this character that we had followed for so long. But having said that, like, what we got from her was great, um and you know, and I loved seeing her again here. When we talked about The Last Jedi, I will do nothing but like just absolutely praising her work in that, because I think she's even better in The Last Jedi, probably because, you know, yeah, she'd been away from acting for a bit, so
Yeah.
she was probably finding her feet again in this. But I think by the time you got to Last Jedi, she was just like just absolutely knocking her socks off. But even so, in this one, it was just great seeing her again, and her, you know, her dynamic with Harrison Ford, and even the couple of moments that we get between her and Ray really set the stage for what would come later. And yeah, no, it's just great. Like, Carrie Fisher's great. I maybe not the maybe not the warmest you know disposition when giving autographs, I will say. Because when I got her autograph, I could tell she had pretty much had it. Couldn't wait until she was done. But she always had a really great stage presence.
Yeah.
And and yeah, she just like, there's nobody like Carrie Fisher. And then it was a joy to see her as Princess Leia again, or General Leia. And yeah, it's just like I said, I love her moments with Harrison. Just like, I was just trying to help. I'm just trying to be helpful. When did that ever help? And don't say the Death Star. Yeah, it's just she's wonderful, and I think perhaps even more than like her actual performance in these films, I enjoyed the hell out of her behind the scenes material. Because she was just like, again, there's Princess Leia, and then there's Carrie Fisher. And I think getting to see her again in like behind the scenes documentaries uh, and like interviews on TV and stuff, like it was just like, it felt so wonderful just to see her again doing all that. And yeah, just having her back in these films was great. But like I said, it's always tinged with a bit of sadness, because I feel like we didn't fully get to see Carrie finish her journey with the character. But that doesn't like detract from, you know, what she did give us, which is, yeah, even beyond these films, going back to the original trilogy, and, you know, countless other films and performances that she gave. It's maybe not her most revered work, but I will always remember her in, she was in one of the Austin Powers movies, which I loved as, like, you know, running therapy for Dr. Evil and and his son. Oh god. But yeah, I love her, and it was a joy to see her back in the mix.
It was, and I mean, I never want to take for granted what a gift it was that we got another Carrie Fisher performance as Princess Leia. And you mentioned that the fact of the matter is that it's, you know, it's a tragedy that we didn't get more. I continue to think and will adamantly say that like what they managed to do with her found footage for Rise of Skywalker to make sure she was in that movie at all is nothing short of miraculous and in its emotional power. Technical issues, whatever you can quibble with. And her performance in The Last Jedi is great. Although tinged by the sadness that like at that time she had been gone. She died December 27th, 2016 as Rogue One was in theaters. And I vividly remember going to see the movie again after that and it just hitting differently at that ending moment where we finally see Leia. There have been very few celebrity deaths that have had a bigger emotional impact on me than Carrie Fisher. But in this time, in this movie, it was just seeing her again, as General Leia, looking different, looking older as all the actors do, but having lived a life, in that time, a very well documented life, both in our world and in the Star Wars, galaxy. But the moment she steps off that transport it's just I remember my breath catching in my throat because there she was. And I actually think, there have been reports from behind the scenes that they had some original scenes earlier in the movie with her and the character of Corsella dealing with kind of the politics and the Resistance's relationship to the New Republic. And they made the decision ultimately to cut those scenes out of the movie so that they could preserve this moment where Han and Leia see each other for the first time in years, at the same time that we, the audience, are seeing Carrie as Leia for the first time in years. And I think that was the correct call, because it's still powerful all these years later, all the more so now. And
I have mixed feelings about that and obviously if they had done those scenes, they may not have been able to do some of the things they ended up doing with Rise of Skywalker with crafting a performance. But I don't know. I kind of wanted to see those. I would have liked to see those scenes in the movie because I think that they would have provided, more context for some of the stuff with Hosnian Prime and her sort of relationship with the Republic and all that. But at the end of the day, we didn't really know that stuff was missing when we went to go see the movie, for the first time. It's only after the fact, but I don't know. So I'm kind of mixed on those cuts because if I have any issues with this film, it's that in the spirit of moving the pace along, there's some information that gets lost along the way that I think is some important background information that connects certain things a bit better. Which, to be honest, is not the first time J.J. Abrams has done that. There's actually a bit of that in his first Star Trek film as well. You don't really notice because the story keeps moving along at a rollicking pace. With same thing with this one, but I don't know. I kind of would have liked to see an alternate extended cut that incorporated some of that stuff. But at the same time, if they had utilized more of that material, they may not have had certain things to then use for Rise of Skywalker, which proved ultimately to be, that material ended up being more crucial for being put to good use in that film. So.
Yeah, and I can be of two minds of the decision to leave some of the political elements, again, with the character of Corsella, who we still see very briefly during the destruction of Hosnian Prime, out of the movie, because I do think, one of my criticisms of the movie is that we don't get as much of the politics that were so present in the prequel trilogy because they were trying to steer away from that, and I think they probably overdid it on that front.
Yeah, to the point where I didn't even know that wasn't Coruscant.
Yeah.
So I feel like some of that stuff could have been better explained, but I'm not gonna. There's only one thing that I really hold against the movie in terms of sort of skirting over some details, and it's not specifically that. We'll get to it in a little bit, but so I don't think that those cuts necessarily hurt the film, but it's but yeah, it does rob it of more of the political aspects of things, which, you know, again, going back to, they may have been wanting to lean less on that just because of, at the time, what was perceived to be something that, you know, they thought people didn't like about the prequels. Lo and behold, there's those of us who really enjoyed the political aspects of the prequels. So yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, I've seen those scenes, or at least some of them, and they, like, speaking specifically to Carrie's performance in that scene, she's much more of the sharp-witted, you know, kind of rebellious, you know, general that, you know, we see in elements of it, but also particularly in The Last Jedi, where, you know, she kind of is making her feelings known in very clear and pointed fashion, whereas I think the performance that we end up getting from the material that stays in the movie is much more. I mean, there's much more emotional. You know, like, she still gets her classic Carrie Fisher, what Princess Leia one-liners in here and there, but, you know, her most powerful work in this film is the quiet moment she shares with Han. You know, when she, during the reunion, and especially in that scene where they kind of break off, and Han is kind of lamenting the fact that, like, our son, we lost our son, he's gone, there was too much Vader in him, and she says, no, you know, we can still save him, you, me, and if Luke couldn't save him, how could I? Luke's a Jedi, you're his father. Like, I think Carrie is brilliant in that scene. And then, of course, their final scene on the on when Han is getting ready to depart for Starkiller Base, and the hug that they share, that was in the trailer, but it's just, you know, like, just seeing it right there, like, it tells you that these two characters, even though they found themselves separated, like, they never stopped loving one another. Like, they are still Han and Leia, one of the greatest cinematic love stories that we've ever seen. It's just that where they found themselves, you know, their life didn't end up being that happily ever after that we could have perhaps imagined after, you know, Return to the Jedi, and it was never thus. It wasn't that in the expanded universe either. They went through their trials and tribulations there too. You know, the death of one of their children. You know, Leia dealing with her complicated feelings about Vader as her father. But, you know, but Han was always there for her, and Han is here for her now. You know, like, the fact that they broke apart a bit because of their son falling to the dark side. That happens in real life when couples, you know, lose a child. And so it was actually an incredibly brave choice for them to show that, but not to make it clear that, like, that tragedy didn't, you know, ultimately break their bond. You know, the fact that Leia still trusts Han to get her son back, and the look on her face when she senses that Han is gone is, you know, heartbreaking.
Well, even more so because I think what she's really feeling, because it's a connection through the Force, is it's not even, I don't think she's necessarily, you know, just feeling that Han has died. She's actually feeling her son's pain at having done this thing. And that's how she learns that Han has died. I just, again, the tragedy of that is just so unbelievably heartbreaking. And then, like, the fact that the next time they're Force connected like that comes in The Last Jedi, when and then Ben doesn't take the shot.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh God, there's just so much beautiful character work and storytelling involved in that family dynamic.
Yeah, no, it's telling that Carrie Fisher never shares the screen with Adam Driver throughout the sequel trilogy, and yet you feel their bond as mother and son, like, just immensely because of just the facial acting of Carrie Fisher and Adam Driver. It's incredible.
I know it's like, I mean, I guess I knew that on a certain level, but when you think about it, it's like, wow, really? That seems so bizarre because they feel so closely connected throughout these films.
Yeah.
But okay, so I want to like go through and just like highlight certain sequences in the film, just because ultimately I want to kind of work towards that, that
we,
final.
we Yeah, we can say we can get to Luke at the end. We'll get to Luke.
Yeah, we are. I want to work towards that confrontation between Rey and Ben, or Rey and Kylo, whichever, what have you, and then we'll get to the final scene with Luke. But first, I want to go back and just make sure we touch base on a couple moments. That's all right, Cassie. We're
you can always circle back, and we're
yeah,
happy you're here now.
but also we're still talking. So
Yeah.
But the sequence that I really just want to make sure that we don't forget about, which is when Rey and Finn are running from the First Order, and the the garbage will do.
So it was. I remember the cheer that erupted in my theater when it panned over and revealed that was the Falcon.
Yeah,
it was so good.
This is just, when I talk about like this movie is just sort of running from fun action beat to fun action beat, and this is like one of the ones I'm talking about. Just like the way the whole sequence is cut, like once they're on the Falcon, and like and just being able to see them going through, like, and getting to see the Falcon do things that we've never really gotten to see it do before, because the last time we really saw the Falcon like in an actual like sequence is was all the way back in 1983, and and so to get to see, oh sorry, my camera blanked out. I'll get it back up. There we go. Oh, sorry, thought so. I'll just keep talking while I try and get my camera working again. Yeah, it's just seeing the Falcon, like flying through the air, and seeing the the way the camera is able to follow it, and then cutting to Rey, like, sorry, my attention was split. Okay, here we go.
There you go.
And just cutting back and forth between like her and Finn, and him figuring out the controls, and it's just so exciting, and I love the way like that the Imperial troopers are like shot in the cockpits. It's very like 1977 Star Wars. Again, just paying loving tribute to the original film, and and I'm gonna, in a second, I'm gonna gush about John Williams, and we'll take a moment to talk about his score for the film, but just moments where like Rey's like, get ready for what? and then, are we really doing this? But I think one of my favorite moments in the entire film is then when she gets the Falcon into position, Finn fires off the shot, and then they take off and race off, and Finn turns back and goes, woo! It's just like that punctuation mark on this super exciting sequence that is superbly edited. And like, it's just, it's one of my favorite sequences in the entire movie. And then it's capped off by like they escape, and then they get together, and they're like just gushing at each other about how well the other person did, and like showcasing their chemistry. Like, it's just, and then the whole sequence, like BB-8 is bouncing around in the background. And like, we haven't even talked about how like, what a genius invention BB-8 was for this movie. But
we'll
be sure to. But I just love this sequence so much because it's bringing the Falcon back, but in this new context, and it's just this great action sequence with these two characters that we're growing to love, and like sequences like this are why I feel like this movie was nominated for best editing, because it's just out of this world. So yeah, I just didn't want to not talk about this scene because it's great.
Oh no, I'm so glad you did, because I mean I had mentioned earlier that like the moment I really started to fall in love with the movie was the kind of the beautiful wordless introduction of Rey, and again we'll talk about that when we talk about John Williams' music. But this, after I'd kind of allowed myself to relax into the movie and really starting to like enjoy it, like this was the first sequence where I just had like a pure unadulterated stupid shit-eating grin on my face the entire time, because it was just so much fun, starting with the meet cute of Finn and Rey and leading into their pursuit through Nima outpost, and then the garbage will do, and the the moment I really love in the prelude to the big chase is when Rey's in the cockpit and Finn's down, and then he's like, I can do this, and it cuts to her, I can do this. And then she takes off, and she's kind of struggling because she doesn't have her trusty co-pilot, and then we get to see that fucker Unkar Plutt, disbelief of the, hey, that's mine, and you're like, no, it is not, kid. But yeah, just the brilliance of the editing in this sequence, because you'll remember, like, one of the very first images we ever got from the trailer, like the first trailer ends on the Falcon, and our reintroduction to it, and seeing that moment for real in the cinema was so thrilling, and it only gets better from there as they're being chased through the ruins of these star destroyers crashed on Jakku, and Finn figuring out how to work the turret gun, and then when he finally gets one, he's like, I'm getting pretty good at this. And Rey just being a brilliant pilot overall. And then that the final culmination when Rey leads the successful chase through the Super Star Destroyer, and Finn manages to destroy the last TIE fighter, and Rey does the maneuver to get flip the Falcon over and send them rocketing up into space, and Finn's cheer. It's like you're just like, yes, that is so much fun. Although my one tiny quibble with the scene was, I was like, when Finn's like, the gun's stuck, I can't move it, you got to lose it. I'm like, doesn't the Falcon have two turrets? Can't you just go to the other one? Maybe Unkar Plutt removed that too, the fucker.
Also, it's his first time in the ship. He may not realize. Besides, I don't know, how are those positioned? I've never really looked at.
Well, I think one's supposed to be on top of the ship and one's supposed to be below the ship. Because remember, in the original, Han goes to the up and Luke goes down in the ladder.
So yeah, I don't know, but it culminates in a
I wasn't thinking about that when the sequence. It was just one of those things you think about after when you're like, wait, but it doesn't affect it at all.
But the ship's going all over the place, so like maybe he wouldn't have been able to get up there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and then just real quick, I'll just mention, like, before they even get to the part with the Falcon, when they're just running through, with the stormtroopers chasing them, and the constant, Finn keeps trying to grab hold of Rey to protect her, and she's like, stop holding my hand. Which was such a great, like, definite commentary on, at the time of, like, movies, and always like the guy needing to be the the one taking charge. It's like, no, actually, I don't need your help. Yeah, but also that's also at the same time, though, it's, aside from being like sort of fist pumping, girl power, a bit of moment, but on the flip side of that, I think is also signaling Rey's sort of isolated state of mind of not depending on other people, and maybe part of her journey is learning to actually accept help from other people. And And so I think it's doing two things at once there. But
and it shows also like we get one of those 3 beats in that sequence where Finn takes her hand once and then twice, and then we get the version of it where after he's been knocked over, she's the one who offers her hand to him and pulls him up. So it's it is definitely kind of, an effective and comedic beat, but it's the start of their bond.
Yeah. So yeah, I just I love that whole sequence. It's so much fun. And then and then don't want to leave out a sequence that comes in the middle of the film, which is, we talked about some of the things around it, but I want to make sure that we mention Maz Kanata and just as Han Solo puts it, or he says any of it, I'll say all of it, because basically a wonderful homage to the Cantina sequence of the original Star Wars, and I believe music by Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Yeah. It's called Jabba Flow.
Which was like that revelation came out at a time when I didn't quite know who Lin-Manuel Miranda was. Mm-hmm. I was like, wait, who? I would soon find out. But no, I love it because it's just as far as the bar is, just populated with all these creatures that we've never seen before, and it's just like again, it's a loving tribute to the Cantina in the original film, but also like just a chance for the designers on this film to go wild with all these new alien species and things that we haven't seen, and I just love it. And there's a vibe to it that's different from the Cantina, which I enjoyed. And then Maz Kanata herself, played by the great Lupita Nyong'o, which was really funny because she had just won the Oscar for 12 Years a Slave, and to see her go from this to play this tiny little alien, it was like, it was really great to see that. And I love her in the way she cranks her goggles or whatever and climbs over the table to look at Finn. It's like, Han, what is she doing? I don't know, but it ain't good. But I love her so much.
Maz is a character in the best sense. Yes, played by the wonderful Lupita Nyong'o. And there was a part of me that was a little bummed that we didn't get to see Lupita Nyong'o's beautiful face, but we still got her immense talent as a vocal performer. Right from the moment when they're trying to slip in incognito, and she turns around, she's like, oh, Solo! And he's like, oh boy.
He's like, hi, Maz.
Hi, Maz. And then she's immediately like, where's my boyfriend? Chewie's working on the Falcon. I like that Wookiee. It's a gentle reminder that Chewbacca is a happily married man, even though his wife has the patience of a saint for all the time that he spends running around with Han. But yes, Maz is, she's brilliant and funny, and the Cantina is her watering hole is definitely a nicer hang than Chalmun's Cantina on Tatooine, which is definitely more of a dive. This looks like a place you'd want to buy a drink or two. But Maz is also an incredibly wise and powerful character, and a very emotionally intelligent character. The scene where she it's funny, but the scene where she offers her insight into the current state of political galaxy was like, over the centuries, I've seen evil take many forms: the Sith, the Empire. Today, it is the First Order. Their evil is spreading. We have to face it and fight it, all of us. That again speaks to the generational cycle of these things repeating, and also if you look long enough, you see the same eyes in different people that she uses on Finn. I'm looking at the eyes of a man who wants to run, which she's right, even though Finn is more than that, will prove to be more than that. But then
I just remember that being like such a like that line was like, fed into the, oh, who's Finn's parents, who's Rey's parents.
Well, yeah, I mean the movie does lean into that because I mean for God's sake, that scene culminates with Maz looking directly at Han and asking, "Who's the girl?" And you're like, the movie wants you asking that question.
And then like, does Han know exactly who she
Yeah.
is because it cuts away?
Yeah.
That's one thing. Like J.J. and his keeping things close to the
which again I think works in this movie. But in particular, the moment Maz actually has perhaps what I might consider my single favorite moment in the entire movie. There are a lot of them, but the moment when she finds Rey after Rey has gone down into the basement and found the Skywalker lightsaber and touched it and had the vision, and she's shaken and upset, and Maz becomes a very comforting presence and has the line, dear child, you already know the truth, whoever you're waiting for on Jakku, they're never coming back, but there's someone who still could. Luke, as Daisy says, and then my favorite, that's the line I actually have in my formerly Twitter and now Blue Sky profile, where she says, the belonging you seek is not behind you, it is ahead. I know Jedi, but I know the Force. It moves through and surrounds every living thing. Close your eyes, feel it, the light. It's always been there. It will guide you. I just always found, from the moment I saw the movie, I thought that was just such an incredibly beautiful and powerful, statement about not only Rey as a character, but just as the spirit inherent to all of our Star Wars heroes who choose the light over the dark. And of course, in that moment, Rey has the classic beat from the hero's journey where she refuses the call to adventure at that moment, by refusing to take up the Skywalker blade. But it is still an incredibly powerful moment for her in that moment, that she recognizes that she does need to move forward in some way. And yes, the belonging that she seeks is ahead of her. And again, I find it's a moment when I think back to where Rey finds herself at the end of the journey, with a new family, with a new name, having become the hero the galaxy needs. I think back to where she was in this moment when Maz gave her that speech, and I get a little teary. It's just the idea that like that light was always in there. And I also think to what Luke says in the Rise of Skywalker, when he tells her, Leia decided to train her, and Luke, even knowing her heritage, because she saw your spirit, your heart. Rey, some things are stronger than blood.
Yeah. I will say there is only one thing here that, like, it doesn't drive me personally crazy, but I do hope they get around to explaining it at some point, and I can understand why other people are driven crazy by it. But, like, how the fuck does Maz get that lightsaber?
Well, they have, guess what? As is usually the case with Star Wars these days, there's a comic. There's a comic that explains how this again.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it was explained in it, because I'm never gonna get to the vast majority of Star Wars comics.
Yeah.
And like
I was frustrated too, because I was hoping for a bigger reveal, but it is the kind of thing that eventually, if they realize they're not gonna go back and tell this story in live action, it's gonna get punted to the comics, and it's an answer. It's not the most satisfying answer. I prefer the way the movie leaves it, which is just kind of a mystery.
Yeah, I don't know. This is why I'd kind of like to see an animated series that taps into some sequel era stuff, and maybe get that story in that medium. Mm-hmm. Because as much as I like to, as much as I like to say that we should, like, consider all of Star Wars like equally valid. Everybody has their aspect of Star Wars that they're never gonna really dive into that much, and for me, that's the comics.
Me too. I mean, there are a few that I enjoy, but it's just the problem is not that they're not good writing or the people who write them aren't, trying to their best. It's just there are so many of them, and I watch all the movies, all the shows, animation and live action. I do my absolute best to keep up with all the books. The comics are kind of where I just have to throw up my hands and be like, I can't. I need to do other things with my life too. God bless Star Wars Explained for reading everything.
But the thing is, like, they've already dabbled in like not being beholden to comics.
Yes.
When like they decide they want to tell a story like in animation or some other medium. So I'm like,
or with Andor, we just saw it was K2SO's origin.
Yeah. So I'm like, you guys can still do that story in in another medium. You don't have to leave it stuck in the comics.
Yeah, and maybe like with Andor and K2SO's origin, they might even you might even improve it a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd like to see that like dipped back into for them to address that. But I don't know. We'll see. God, there's so much in this movie that we're not gonna have time to get to. But I want some stuff that I really want to get to is when Han, Chewie, and Finn go to they're going to bring the shield down, but the real reason why Finn is there is to rescue Rey, and there's just so much gold in their dynamic before they get to Rey. Like, what was your job here? Where were you stationed? Sanitation. Sanitation? Then how do you know how to disable the shields? I don't. I'm just here to get Rey. They're counting on us. The galaxy is counting on us. Don't worry, Solo. We'll figure it out. We'll use the Force. That's not how the Force works.
And then the brilliant button where Chewie says something and Han looks over and is like, "Oh, really? You're cold?" Oh my God! Yeah, no, that sequence is just comedic gold. Definitely because of the fact that Han was in the original trilogy the one who didn't believe in the Force, and now definitely has come to believe in it as that emotionally powerful, it's true moment, all of it. But it's also just he's so exasperated. It's like, obviously, like you should know this. That's not how the Force works.
It's like he is like, I think he's so like, aside from being exasperated with Finn, also as someone who's come to sort of respect the existence of the Force, he's like, even I know that's not how the Force works, you dumbass. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna say, as far as like the graphic.
Yeah, that's another reason not to get all the comics.
Yeah, it's just I've spent money on like omnibuses for like X-Men and stuff, and even I recently did buy a Star Wars one, only to then find out that it actually didn't include everything that I thought it did.
Yeah,
and it's like, what the hell? So it's like, yeah, if once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I just love Han so much. But then that's like not the only wonderful moment. Like, what about the shield? I have an idea about that.
Oh yeah.
Phasma, and well, I'm in charge now, Phasma. I'm in charge. Bring it down.
Yeah, and the fact that the sequence culminates after she turns off the shields. Like, what do we do with her? You got a garbage chute, trash compactor. Yeah,
Yeah, we
there is.
do.
Which I will say this for our beloved Gwendolyn Christie, who plays Captain Phasma very, very well. Evil fascist though she is, she gets a bit done during this movie, literally being thrown down the garbage chute. And I actually think, speaking of the comics, there was a whole thing where they do a whole comic issue about how she escapes from the trash compactor and gets off Starkiller Base before it blows up. And that was definitely someone who was written by somebody who was not happy that this badass warrior got thrown down in such an ignominious fashion.
The fact that this is like probably her best movie in terms of what she gets to do is not a good thing.
Yeah, no, I mean she very much fits the archetype of the Boba Fett from the original trilogy, archetype of the character who has cool armor but doesn't perhaps get to do quite as much as the audience wanted.
Yeah, it's like yeah, that really annoyed me at the time. You got Gwendolyn fucking Christie and in such a badass armor. Like, this is a freaking amazing design.
Yeah.
Do more with her, please. And then they brought her back for a moment in The Last Jedi, and like, why not bring her back for more than that? Like, it's.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, I mean, at least she gets a cool fight scene in The Last Jedi. Our friend, one of at Force Center, Joseph Scrimshaw, is very much of the opinion that, just because we saw Phasma fall screaming into a flaming pit of death on a ship that just got blown to hell doesn't mean she's dead. This is Star Wars.
We didn't see the body.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
the actual dead body. So I maintain that Phasma is just waiting to come back in a new story that will finally give her due.
Yeah, no, and you know what? If she like Maul has spider legs, I will embrace that. But actually, my one request is if Phasma does come back, yes, she absolutely does, Eric, for sure. Rebel scum. But yeah, my request would be if Phasma did miraculously survive and she comes back to torment our heroes once again, have her lose the helmet so we can see Gwendolyn Christie's beautiful face.
Yeah, like how you look, it's an awesome outfit, the design is great, and yeah, but I'm sorry, if it's Gwendolyn Christie, I want to see her face. Like, come on. We do get to see her eye in Last Jedi for a moment. But like, no. Like, Gwendolyn Christie is the absolute best, and we need to, like, she really needs to she needs to be allowed to come back as Phasma, show her face, and really just like fulfill the promise that, of all the hopes that we had for her when she was cast in this role. And that said, I love her in this movie. The bits that we do get of her, I think she's great. But yeah, it's we need more.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and I do actually, they actually filmed a different version of that scene in The Last Jedi where Finn kind of outs her to her stormtrooper colleagues the fact that she was the one who turned off the shields on Starkiller Base, and she kills them so that they can't tell on her. But I mean, I like the version we have in the movie better. But it's fun. It is telling. She not only she basically is the reason Starkiller Base gets destroyed. And so it's understandable that she would want to sweep that under the rug as much as possible. But again, it's like Gwendolyn Christie, we love you and hope that you are that you get your spider legs moment soon enough, if it is in the cards.
Yeah, I will just say, like, anytime Gwendolyn Christie is cast in anything, it's immediately like going to improve the project. So like, just her being in this at all, like,
Yeah.
was great.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember because there was the famous, we should at least acknowledge just the famous controversy that when they released the cast photo of the original announced cast at the with them all doing the first table read with the originals, and then with Oscar Isaac and Daisy Ridley and Poe and John Boyega, it was meant to be a big hype moment, and then there very quickly the internet backlash started. Guys, where are the rest of the women? Is Daisy Ridley the only and Carrie Fisher the only women in this movie? Are we taking that lesson from the original trilogy? And then they're like, no, don't worry. We have more female characters. And when they announced Lupita Nyong'o and freaking Gwendolyn Christie a few weeks later, there was such a thrill, because this was the height of Game of Thrones mania when she was cast, and I was just like, this was a case where I allowed my expectations to run away with my my hopes a little bit.
Yeah, and that was sort of when things began to sort of start to get out of hand, where even the well-intentioned parts of fandom on the internet were like really starting to get trigger happy in their reactions and getting upset about things. It's like, just cool your horses, guys.
Bring it down. Like Han said, bring it down.
Yeah. But on the flip side of that, it's like, but also, Gwendolyn Christie was announced, but she didn't get that much to do either. But this was also before, I think, we necessarily knew that, like, not only was, Rey a character in the film, but she was going to turn out to be the new, the new Jedi for the new generation. So like, there was this feeling like that, early on, that maybe the presence of women in the cast wasn't going to be that heavily felt, but we just didn't know who was going to emerge at the time as the main hero of the story.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that, like, those fears, about representation across the board were assuaged as we got closer to the film, and as the other films came, much to the dismay of certain horrible people on the internet. But yeah. So yeah, and then the other the other Finn Han moment I made sure to mention is like when they're forming a plan to bust in and save Rey, and Han just starts going, and and Finn's like, "Why are you doing that, huh? Why are you going? I'm trying to come up with a plan." And Han points out that Rey has already escaped.
Yeah, and as crawling around out there with the stormtroopers talking about the T-17s that are now they're not as you it's like you'd think that they're better, but they're not all that they're cracked to be, which that was one of the callbacks to the original that I really did enjoy. But especially that moment with Han and Finn and the cheek and the chin gesture is just great physical comedy, specifically from John Boyega in the way he's mimicking that. Why are you doing that, huh? Why are you doing that?
That's why, like, again, I like. It really is such a shame, and I think that John Boyega acquitted himself wonderfully with the material he was given in the other two films, but the other two films just did not do justice to the character Finn in the way that, like, he's so great in this movie.
Yeah.
But in terms of like his interactions with the other characters, his, like, John Boyega's natural charisma, and and the way he's sort of integrated into the plot. And I just would have loved to see them do some different things with his character moving forward, but we can have those conversations when we get to those respective films. But as for this film, I think he's simply marvelous, and I enjoyed his interactions with pretty much everybody.
Yeah, we will definitely have those conversations. I will definitely defend his arc in The Rise of Skywalker, because I think that they, even if it wasn't what people necessarily wanted, I think they do give him a good emotional beat there. Less in The Last Jedi, I have more frustrations, even though I still think he does very well.
Yeah, to be clear, like, none of those complaints of the later two films has anything to do with his performance, because I think he's absolutely fantastic in both of those films. It's just unfortunately what they're doing with his character that's disappointing.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, and one of the reasons I do find Rise of Skywalker more satisfying in this respect than Last Jedi is that the John Boyega's biggest frustration with his time in Star Wars, even though he loved the people he worked with, he loved J.J. Abrams, he loved Daisy Ridley, was essentially came down to the marketing of this movie and the fact that in order to preserve the Rey reveal as the new hero with the lightsaber, they focused on Finn with the lightsaber all throughout the marketing, and then revealed ultimately, no, he's not the Jedi, at least not yet. And like, again, I don't think it was malicious they were doing that. They were trying to preserve the surprise. But in the spirit of unintended consequences, it was a shitty thing for them to do. And I get why he is frustrated, because, yeah, that was he would have been, not like a, yes, obviously we had Samuel L. Jackson in the prequel films, but like the prospect of him being like, a new hero, the black hero with a lightsaber as one of the core, characters as the Jedi, like, and we were teased that, but then it was kind of set aside, particularly in The Last Jedi. I understand why John Boyega, isn't happy with that. And that's why, hopefully, if, because they did kind of bring that aspect back in subtle ways in The Rise of Skywalker, it's my sincere hope that he'll be in the Rey Skywalker film and that he will be a full Jedi at that point, because he deserves that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that perhaps I was a bit naive back in 2015. The fact that, I just remember not necessarily like that thought not occurring to me, and that's probably down to my privilege of being able to, but I just remember it being such a as big as that. I think it was also a very big thing to have the reveal that the lead Jedi of these movies was in fact the girl, and that was a big deal.
Wasn't it? It's just,
and so I think maybe the dissatisfaction with that would have been diluted had they done different things with his character in the subsequent films. But yeah, it's one of those things that's just unfortunate. I just the way things played out. For me, I love that it's a surprise that it turns out to be Rey, because, like, similar to you talking about how, yeah, we had like Samuel L. Jackson in a similar way, like in Star Wars animation, we had like Ahsoka, and there were other female Jedi, but we hadn't had, like, in the main series of films, like a woman being like the lead hero Jedi of any of these films. So I remember feeling like that was a huge reveal and a very big deal. I think so. At the time, I wasn't really thinking too much about that, but also, like I said, it's part of my privilege that I have to acknowledge. And if I had been a bit more active at the time on social media, I probably would have heard from certain voices, not my own, as to why, the marketing was kind of misleading in that regard. But again, I feel like maybe in retrospect, we wouldn't look back on it as harshly if the promise of seeing, Finn hold a lightsaber, which we did get in the movie, was then what the final result of that is, that we see him also, turn into, a Jedi as like one of Rey's, apprentices, or, or something like that. Or at least, at the very least, not sideline his character, which is what The Last Jedi did, whether maliciously or not. That's what happened. And yeah. So, but in terms of like this film on itself, I want to say, even though Finn doesn't get to be the quote unquote the Jedi of the movie, he still gets to like carry a lightsaber a lot throughout this movie, and wield it rather well. It's, ultimately he's, he's not a match for Kylo, and just because he doesn't, as far as this film presents, he doesn't seem to have that natural force ability yet. That's something that they could have developed in the other films, and I think the implication in Rise of Skywalker is that he may be at the beginning of that path.
Yeah,
but I still think he acquits himself really well with that lightsaber throughout this film, and so yeah, I'm so I don't know. I don't have anything else very intelligent to say about it, because I'm probably out of my depth and like, talking about sort of what it meant, to an audience that is not me, and the complicated nature of that. But and actually, this is a really good transition into just talking about that scene overall. I all I can say is that I felt it was really impactful seeing the reveal of Rey as the one who gets to, sort of stand up and be the sort of quote unquote chosen Jedi character, of these films, because it felt very revolutionary at the time. And just the way she calls that lightsaber to her, and actually this will be a really great time to sort of pause and talk about John Williams, because at that particular moment, that piece of music is actually a direct quote from the original Star Wars. The theme is actually from the moment where Luke returns to the homestead to find his aunt and uncle. But Williams' work across the board in this movie is insanely just out of this world amazing. And as a matter of fact, like, my opinion of it has only grown over time, because there are certain themes, like in particular, I'm thinking of the Resistance March, which I thought was a good enough piece of music at the time, but it didn't really like blow my socks off or anything. But maybe it's just because we've heard it so much in the years since. But now when that Resistance March kicks in, when Poe and the other, X-Wing fighters like fly in, halfway through the movie, and that march kicks in, like, I'm like pounding, my fist like this. It's like, it's really good. And it's like, that's proven its staying power. Maybe it's not, as far as marches go, might not be quite as iconic as the Imperial March, but I think it's definitely made its mark. And then of course there's Rey's theme, which is just one of the best pieces of music in all of Star Wars. I just love it so much, particularly when we first meet Rey, and the soft piano version as she, slides down the hill, and which then of course that moment is echoed at the end of Rise of Skywalker. And yeah, I just love it. And that's before we even get into the fact that, John Williams, you sly devil, and this has proved to me that that J.J. Abrams at least had some inkling of where he might want to go in the future with certain things, because it's been documented by people more intelligent than me that like the musical beats of Rey's theme actually share things in common with the Emperor's theme.
Mm-hmm.
And which I've always, ever since I found that out, I was like, oh, that's really cool. That's setting something up musically that that maybe it was never going to pay off depending on what path the movies took, but it did end up paying off. And I thought that was really crafty. And yeah, and of course there's so many themes that get brought back, like the music we hear, during the Millennium Falcon sequence and all this stuff. I love the music when Rey and Kylo are dueling in the snow, and but I think like, and I'll just touch on it real quick, and then I'll gush about it in a few minutes when we get there. But like the piece of music when Rey is, ascending the steps on Octo, to find Luke, is possibly one of my favorite pieces of music in all of Star Wars. And yeah, I'm so glad that John Williams was nominated for all three of these movies, because he deserved it. I think out of the three, my personal favorite score is probably The Last Jedi, but they're all great. And obviously this one was doing so much establishing work, and oh God, it's so good. Like, and anytime John Williams returns to score Star Wars music in particular, like, it's a major event. That's why part of me kind of, like, I'll understand if Rise of Skywalker is the last thing the last full Star Wars project he does, but there is a part of me that hopes he's got one more in him somewhere, if it's the right project, if it's the
if it's the Rey Skywalker
film, that would be really nice.
I hope so too, because one thing that has been well established is that John Williams, like all of us, loves Daisy Ridley. And he has openly said up front that, like, I love this character. I love her so much. I don't want anyone else composing music for her. And it's like, and that's why it's so great he got to do the full sequel trilogy. But it would be even better if we can get the right Rey Skywalker movie in a couple of years. So, we still have the great John Williams with us, so that he could score that one as well. But yeah, I mean, like, I love all three of John Williams' scores. Obviously, I love John Williams, all of his work. But I think that the fact that he did, he came back and managed to introduce iconic new Star Wars music in all three of these movies is just a testament to his ever renewing genius. My personal favorite score of the three is probably The Rise of Skywalker, but what's special about this one, The Force Awakens, is that there are so many like instantly indelible new themes. You mentioned, March of the Resistance. You mentioned the Jedi Steps, which closes the film. Kylo Ren's theme, but in particular Rey's theme, and the beautiful, like, there are two versions of it on the track. There's the version that we get during her introduction called The Scavenger, which again this is what made me fall in love with Rey as a character, this silent, wordless introduction, the cassette to John Williams, kind of beautiful, like, white scoring as she slides down the hill, and then rising up into a larger optimistic refrain, and then the full version of Rey's theme. Like, at some point, I'm going to have to sit down and listen to all of John Williams, 9 of John Williams' scores, and with the intention of actually finding, like, my favorite pieces of John Williams music, because every single time we talk about one of these movies, I'm like, oh, that's one of my favorite pieces of music, and that's one of my favorite pieces of music, and that's one of my favorite, and eventually I realize I've named like 50 pieces of music. And it's like, but I can say definitively that whenever I do that list, Rey's theme will be in the top 3 probably, because I love it so much. And yeah, I think it pairs brilliantly well with her character and the scoring. The fact that you mentioned that her theme shares musical overtones with the Emperor's theme, which again was that intentional at the time. I think it was probably meant to hint at the promise of something. And it's one of those things that even if it wasn't the full intention, it works beautifully in retrospect. Much like, as we'll talk about in the duel, there were moments when Rey is wielding the lightsaber and she does a certain maneuvers that people are like, oh, that looks almost exactly like the way Palpatine wields his lightsaber in Revenge of the Sith. And then I was like,
I'm a little.
You know what? That is something that I will say. I do not think that was intentional at the time, but now that we have the full story that we do, I think that's fucking awesome.
I don't know. I'm not as eager to draw those connections just because I think that's some of the silliest Palpatine stuff in Revenge of the Sith is over the top lightsaber moves.
which is fair. But it is memorable. It is memorable for sure.
Yeah, maybe not for the right reason.
Give Palpatine his credit. He kills 3 Jedi Masters in 5 seconds in Revenge of the Sith using those moves.
Yeah, that's not one of my favorite parts of the film, to be honest.
That is one of the only things I'll give Palpatine.
Those Jedi were done dirty, I feel. But yeah, no, we'll agree on the music is a great tie-in. The lightsaber moves, I'm not sold on that.
Well, that's fair because I
am. Yeah. But yeah, no, I just real quick just want to I'll say this again. Like, I'm on record as saying, like, for me, like when it comes to like orchestral scores, like the top for me is always going to be Howard Shore's work on The Lord of the Rings. But for sheer volume of work, John Williams gets the #1 spot because he's done it so many times so fucking well. And to be fair, we could call Howard Shore's work on The Lord of the Rings more operatic than orchestral. It is technically orchestral, but I think it fits more in the opera column. So so that's how I'll get away with it by differentiating the two between that. John Williams definitely is much more of the sort of pure classical orchestral style. And yeah, nobody has, like, even his lesser work is better than what anybody else does. So yeah, oh God, there's nobody like him. And like that, you want to talk about, I don't want to get morbid, but obviously John Williams is starting to get up there. I'm glad that we still have him and that he's continuing, that he sort of refuses to retire, even though he's attempted it a couple times. Because I just feel like as long as we still have John Williams, like that spark of like traditional orchestral scores, like it's kept alive. And we're still going to have other composers that'll do it, but I just feel like when we eventually lose John Williams, it's going to mark like the true passing of, of an era of film scoring. And something will be irrevocably lost, even as there are certain younger composers who will take up the mantle, Michael Giacchino definitely being one of them. But like, I don't know. If I could bestow immortality upon John Williams, I would, whether he liked it or not, because I wouldn't want to lose him.
Yeah.
But like, one thing is for sure, that no matter when he leaves us, like the body of work that he'll leave behind is insane. He has been one of the most prolific artists, of both the 20th and 21st centuries.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I just it's so great. That's why, like, even when we got like his recent score for Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which I wouldn't necessarily classify that as anywhere near one of his best works, but just listening to it, you feel like this. It's in the tradition of this old classic style of scoring that's like you can't help but be swept up in and feel the magic, and that's true with all of his scores. And yeah, I love, like, and if we're talking his Star Wars music, I love it all, but the scores that I go back to listen to most often really are those prequel scores. Because I think that there's, and maybe it's because those were just like the movies, those were the Star Wars scores of my youth. But I just listen to that and I'm like, fuck, how is one man this talented?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm on record that my single favorite John Williams Star Wars score, which puts it high up on the list of favorite scores ever, is his score for Revenge of the Sith, which he didn't get nominated for any of the prequel films for scoring, which tells you that, like, a man can have over 50 Oscar nominations and still be under rewarded, because he should have been nominated for all three of those.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, well, I think we did our due diligence there, and
yeah, we'll probably circle back to John Williams when we talk about the end of the movie and revisit the Jedi Steps, because that is one of the most beautiful pieces of music in the movie.
So just going back to and talking for a few minutes about that final fight between Rey and Kylo. Obviously, mentioned the part where Rey calls the lightsaber to her, and it's just so great. I love the setting of fighting in the snow, and I love the fact that this is the true, like, big emotional climax of the movie. A lot was said at the time and still is about, like, the fact that this film has, like, sort of a Death Star trench run, basically. But the thing that differentiates it from the original film is that that's not like it's not the main focus of the climax of this movie. It's the background of it. The climax of this film is all about this lightsaber battle between Rey and Kylo. And it's just so great because it's these two people who, these two young people who are, existing in the shadows of sort of, these legends that they're holding up. And it's a generation, like, their fight is like dealing with the fallout of, like, all this generational trauma. And it's just, I wish I had, like, more pictures of the fight. I only have, like, just I just have a couple, like, Rey holding the lightsaber, and then this right here. But it's so great. I love the moments when Kylo sort of is pushing down at her with his saber, and saying you need a teacher. I can show you the ways of the Force. And there's just this moment where Rey takes in to sort of breathe and feel in the Force. And it's just it's such a beautiful shot. And then she gathers it up, and and then she's ready to overcome him. And and I love just how taken aback he is, because she should not be a match for him, but she has, like, but the Force has been building in her for all these years, just unknowingly. And yeah, and obviously he's weakened by he's been emotionally imbalanced by the killing of his father, as well as Chewbacca took a pretty good shot at him,
Yeah.
and he's bleeding out, so he's in a weakened position to begin with. But she's really coming into her power and
Mhm.
recognizing, her strength, and um, I just love it. And I love the way that she handles the lightsaber, because she's obviously grown up being proficient in fighting with her staff, and that comes to bear in her skill with the lightsaber. And that's why I love that at the end of Rise of Skywalker, her lightsaber of choice is a double bladed
Yeah.
saber, which is so great.
Which
Um,
made from her staff.
yeah.
So.
And
Um,
yeah, no, it's just this is like a really great lightsaber fight, because it just feels like it's such a personal fight, because Kylo is coming from the perspective of, this girl is taking what I perceive as my legacy, and Rey is coming from, and also anger that like Rey has so much love in her heart for, for the man who is actually his father, but he and he's trying to bury down the love that he had for his father, because that's, to his mind, weakness. But she's embodying it, she's living it, and the pain that she's feeling is coming from the loss of that father figure, and which is now transferring into this hatred for Kylo, which she's going to have to learn to, you know, to sort of bury, and like not, and not necessarily let it out in that way, if she wants to be a true Jedi. And so I love it's these characters who have not known each other for very long, but the stakes of this fight feel so personal.
yeah. No, I mean I really think that this is an incredible setup for a climactic Star Wars duel. In two parts. I don't want to overlook the fact that we get like the duel with Finn and Kylo first,
Yes.
when after Kylo Rey calls him a monster, and Kylo force pushes her into the tree and knocks her out, and Finn immediately goes to see her, but then when Kylo screams at him and calls him a traitor, in what is probably the moment he looks most like his grandfather, Anakin Skywalker, in the entire movie. The Finn, to his credit, picks up the lightsaber and starts to duel Kylo, even though he knows he's overmatched. And I think that it shows incredible bravery for Finn to do that. And the fact that Kylo is so unbalanced and taken aback that this former stormtrooper, would dare stand up to him, that Finn actually like gets a shot in on him is really impressive. Although it also features some like horrific moments, like when Rey is coming to from being knocked out, and Kylo is using like the crossguard element of his lightsaber to drive it into Finn's shoulder, and Finn is screaming in pain, and that's what Rey wakes up to. It's incredibly evocative. And then when after Finn gets his shot in, Kylo takes his lightsaber and slices Finn up the back, and almost severs his spine, but thankfully doesn't. It's it speaks to the fact how dangerous he is, even as like a wounded animal in the scene. And then of course the moment when he tries to reach for the lightsaber and instead it flies to Rey, not to Luke but to Rey, is it's became an iconic cinematic moment for a reason. And the way that the music swells, you mentioned that it's a direct callback to when Luke finds his aunt and uncle at the farm, and it has the same monumental quality of like, this, we're about to see something truly historic here. And then Rey holds her own, like you mentioned. We have to acknowledge this. I don't want to dwell on that because it's fucking stupid, but like, this is the fight that it spawned the fucking Rey is a Mary Sue nonsense, because of all the chuds on the internet who were like, how can she possibly stand up to Kylo? And I think that the movie answers that in spades, both in the movie itself by showing that Kylo is, like, he's wounded from the crossbow. Like, they took pains to show how fucking powerful that thing is earlier in the movie. So, when Kylo gets hit with it, it hurts. And the fact that Rey has technical training with the staff. But really, it ultimately comes down to, this is an emotional reality. And the reason that Rey beats Kylo in this scene is because Kylo is unbalanced and Rey is not. Rey Kylo has her on the ropes, but that scene you mentioned where Kylo has her pinned against the chasm and says, "You need a teacher. I can show you the ways of the Force." And she just kind of, says softly, "The Force," and then she closes her eyes. And we see the light reflected on her face, the red and the blue, and the music swells, the Force theme, Binary Sunset, the classic Force theme. And we know that she's centering herself. She's focusing on, what she's actually fighting for, what she loves, not what she hates. And when she comes out of it, she is just fully confident and fully in command. And Kylo is taken aback. And she kicks his ass. And it's so goddamn satisfying because yes, it's the hero knocking down the villain in that moment, but because it is a true testament in classic Star Wars fashion of the power of the light side over the dark. And the movie, I think, demonstrates that very well cinematically. So I think that the Rey as a Mary Sue, people are frankly fucking idiots. But I also think the movie doesn't just gloss over it. I think the movie proves why Rey wins.
The only I'm just going to comment on this very briefly, and it's by pointing to Luke in the original trilogy. Rey starts off this movie a far more competent fighter than Luke does in the original trilogy. And I'm sorry, forgive me, how much training does Luke actually get in the original trilogy? It seems like not very fucking long.
Mm-hmm.
I know the timeline is a little muddled in Empire Strikes Back, but it can't possibly be any more than a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
So sorry, but you better turn your attention back to those movies that you're holding as the Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm.
No, Rey has grown up having to look after herself and defend herself on a planet all alone. So she's already starting off as a much more capable fighter than Luke ever was in his youth. And the movie establishes that she's very strong in the Force. And I'm sorry, but for me, there's more than enough to showcase why she's able to defeat Kylo along with all the stuff that you mentioned. So I'm to those people, I'll just say fuck off. and that's all I have to say, really.
Indeed.
So yeah, just in the interest of time, we're just going to go to the ending of the movie now. There's a lot of stuff we could cover that we didn't get to, but we're already at 3 hours and 40 minutes. So I'd prefer just to get to the closing moments of the film. I will say, but actually before we get to that, I will talk about my only real issue with this movie, and it goes back. It's a narrative shortcut this movie takes, and it is the whole R2-D2 having the rest of the map thing. I know there's a technical explanation out there for actually why he has that, but within the context of the actual movie, it feels like a fairly easy solution that kicks in right when the story needs it to. And it's if R2 has that, why doesn't the Republic have it? And then it's a question of apparently the Empire had it, but where did they get it? And what does that have to do with R2 having it in his memory banks? And that is one of the things that always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I was I don't quite understand how that all worked and why it's just coming up at exactly the right moment that the movie needs it to. And it's always stuck out to me as a somewhat weak aspect of the film. But as we often say, the films get one thing, where where it can be a bit weak. And for me, this is that one thing. And I'm like, it doesn't drag the movie down, but it is one of those things that is a narrative shortcut that doesn't really work for me. So
it's a little convenient. For me, it ties into a larger, again, adore the sequel trilogy as much as I do, but it ties into a larger issue that I have, which is I think R2D2 in the sequel trilogy gets a little bit shoved to the side, unfortunately. And that has something to do with, Kenny Baker's age, and also the fact that, BB-8 did kind of take his spot a little bit on, BB-8 was a big focus in the marketing, and BB-8 is a wonderful character, brilliant design, but R2 spending this movie basically in low power until he comes alive at the exact right moment. And then, he does get the good moment in The Last Jedi where he gets to chew out Luke, but then he kind of disappears. And then he doesn't go on the adventure in The Rise of Skywalker, although he does team up with Poe for the big fight at the end. R2D2, he had his adventures in the original and the prequel trilogies and was by far the most competent character, but he's definitely kind of on the back burner in the sequel trilogy. And I do think that it's a little convenient about the map. It's just at that point, the movie needed to get us to Luke, and they could have probably done it in a more elegant way, and they just
it's like if the First Order had the rest of the map, then the more logical thing for me is that they find the rest of the map when they're at the First Order base.
Yeah.
And they take it, and that's how they have it. I understand they wanted to give a big moment to R2, but it just never made a whole lot of sense to me. So that's my one major criticism of the film, but it's pretty much the only one. I love this movie overall. So,
but yeah, I mean,
and BB-8 is just such a great invention for this film. As I was saying earlier, just the fact that he basically looks like a beach ball. Which is what's so great. And it's like you saw him in that first teaser and you were like, oh yeah, that toy is gonna sell like crazy.
Yeah.
And I love his personality. I love his dynamic with Finn, when Finn's that whole thing with all right, between you and me, I'm not really with the Resistance. And then BB-8 backs up. He's like, I'm just trying to get away from the First Order. But tell us where your base is. I'll get you there. And then BB-8 starts looking, back towards Rey, and he goes, "Droid, please."
and then when he does it, he gives the lighter some. It's incredible. Yeah. No, I mean, people have noted rightly that BB-8 is probably the most puppy dog droid that we've had in Star Wars, because of just his utter devotion to Poe and then to Rey, and the way he's so emotive and expressive, when he asked to follow Rey and she's like, no, and he's like, oh, and then she's like, oh, fine. He's a wonderful character, and we probably should have given him more shine, but we'll have other opportunities because he also is great in the other two movies.
But just so long as we talked about that moment between him and Finn, because it's one of my, I've said this over and over about many other things, but it's one of my favorite all-time moments in the in the movie. And that's the thing, he has to be able to infuse a character like that, who again just looks like a beach ball essentially, with so much personality. It's just so great. And then the fact that they were able to rig up, the whole thing for when they did stage presentations of introducing him, of having being able to remote control him to introduce him to audiences at Comic-Con and stuff like that. And it was just a stroke of brilliance with with BB-8, and yeah, I love him so much.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll just, I mean, I'm going to want to do a lightning round of characters that we missed here at the end, but just since they're tied together, just shout out to Anthony Daniels in this movie. This is not his best movie as C-3PO. The whole like, here's my red arm, dynamic, again explained in the comic, is a little bit out of place. But he's still Anthony Daniels as C-3PO, and I think that he plays it to the hilt. He is like a Star Wars legend. The only actor who has appeared in all 11 live action Star Wars movies, so he deserves to be mentioned. And I will be gushing about his performance in The Rise of Skywalker because I think that is his best Star Wars movie. But in this one, he just is kind of like a little bit. He's doing his classic 3PO, like it will take a miracle to save us now, and you're like, thanks for the vote of confidence, buddy.
I will still say that my favorite 3PO movie is Empire Strikes Back.
That's number two. That's number two for me.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. So getting to the end of this film, when Rey leaves to go find Luke, and she leaves with on the Falcon with Chewbacca and R2, and it's just an absolutely gorgeous sequence. Just when they arrive on Octo, and the whole thing retroactively feels like a preview for The Last Jedi when you're watching it, because she's like walking through all these ruins, and you're saying they're going to be there, and they're going to be there.
Yeah, and all the caretakers and the porgs are hiding because they haven't been invented yet.
But the most breathtaking thing about this sequence, again, is the music by John Williams, the Jedi Steps. It just brings this, it just brings the sequence and the movie together. And funny enough, this piece of music was used for one of the TV spots, at least one of the TV spots for this movie. And I actually thought that this was going to be Rey's theme going into the movie, only to find out that actually this is a piece that's reserved just for this sequence at the end of the movie. And I think we hear its reprisal when we're reintroduced to Octo and Luke and Rey in The Last Jedi, but I'm not sure if it's even heard beyond that. So it's a very specific theme for a very specific moment. Which I find really interesting because it's such a brilliant piece of music. So the fact that John Williams just chose it for it to be this one particular moment is very interesting. Sometimes it's those pieces of music that are not like recurring, but they're just meant to highlight a particular moment. Those are ones that actually stick out. There's a similar thing for in the movie Blade Runner 2049 when Kay and Joy are flying to the trash mesa, and there's this gorgeous, very Blade Runner-esque piece of music that plays over, and it's not heard anywhere else in that film, just for that moment alone. So sometimes I'm like, how are you going to write a piece of music so beautiful and only use it very sparingly? But sometimes that's the beauty of great music. But yeah, and then Rey slowly walks up to find this figure, cloaked in either gray or very dirty white. And it's lo and behold, it's Luke. And what an absolutely iconic moment.
Yeah.
And I am always struck by Mark Hamill's performance in this moment, because it's just his one moment in this film, and so much is weighing on it. And I will say, I don't think The Last Jedi is a perfect film, but there's a lot of it that I deeply love. And one of my favorite aspects of that film is everything to do with Luke and Rey on Ahch-To.
Yeah.
And the fact that, that there's a lot of toxic people out there who think that it's one of the worst aspects of that film. I'm like, what are you talking about? But the point I'm getting to here is that some of those people seem to think that there was a completely different path open to, what Luke and Rey could have been in the next film if, say, J.J. Abrams had directed it. And maybe so, but when I watch this scene and I watch Mark Hamill's performance and just the way he's reacting to this young girl coming up to him and holding out the lightsaber, for me, everything about that performance reads as what awaits Luke in The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
It plugs in perfectly with where we see this character go. It's the face of a man who is not happy to see her.
Yeah.
There's so much regret and pain in his face at the end of this film, as someone who's sort of dreading what's about to come. And for me, that is paid off brilliantly in The Last Jedi. Whatever Mark Hamill may have personally thought about it, I think what we get in The Last Jedi perfectly pays off this moment with Luke at the end of The Force Awakens. And I know other people will disagree, but I will fight them over that. Because for me, the Luke that we meet in the final moments of this film is very much the Luke that we will spend time with in the next film. And I just think it's so beautiful and an amazing way to finish off the film. And even though at the time I was like, that's all we're getting of Luke. Now I look at it, I'm like, it's the absolute perfect ending for this film.
No, I mean, I love the ending to this movie. It's, it's up there in terms of my favorite Star Wars endings. And it all hinges on Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker. We talked about this a lot during the original trilogy. I will reiterate it here. Mark Hamill is a great actor.
Yeah.
He is so good, because to carry the weight of this moment that fans have been anticipating, not just for this movie, but basically for 30 some years after the original trilogy ended, to carry that moment in just in your face and in your posture and in your eyes, and for it to convey the life that Luke has lived in that time it's so incredibly effective. And yes, people will have different feelings about what comes immediately after that, in The Last Jedi, specifically what Luke does with the lightsaber once Rey gives it to him. We will talk about that. But I think that this is really, a moment that fulfills the promise of Luke Skywalker, the myth, and Luke Skywalker, the man. Because throughout this movie, characters have been talking about Luke almost in these reverent, hushed, mystical tones on the hero side. Luke Skywalker, I thought he was a myth. And then on the dark side, characters like Snoke and Kylo Ren are basically see Luke as like, we got to get rid of this guy, because if he ever comes back, we are fucked. and they're right. But in particular, this is, Luke is a legend. He is a hero, but he is also a man who has made choices and has regrets. And we see all of that in the way he carries himself here. But the movie still lets us know this is still our Luke Skywalker. This is still our hero, and he will learn that by the end, and we will see that by the end. And that's where the music really comes in. Like, the John Williams score really sells that. And the look on Rey's face when she approaches him and she offers him the lightsaber. I think that this is ultimately, The Last Jedi is Luke's movie. And I would agree that, the story with Luke and Rey and Kylo on Ahch-To is by far my favorite aspect of The Last Jedi. I think it's a brilliant storyline that they do there. Many other aspects of the movie I love too, but yeah, this is just the promise. This is the tease, and it is an incredibly effective as like a true cliffhanger moment, because this is the one and only time in the 9 Star Wars movies where the events of the next movie pick up essentially immediately after the first one. So it is a cliffhanger in that classic pulp serial sense. But if you just look at it in the context of this movie and the emotional weight of it, when Rey, the new hero, comes and finds the old hero and offers him, the lightsaber to and pointedly the original Skywalker lightsaber that was his father's and was the one that he had thought was lost, that she offers that back to him. It's chills. It's an incredibly effective cinematic moment. And I think that for me, Mark Hamill is an actor who ultimately he has his own thoughts about where the character of Luke Skywalker should have perhaps gone, but to his great credit, when he's on screen, he commits to the story as written, and he delivers it brilliantly.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in detail when we get to our conversation about The Last Jedi. But if he had reservations about where the character went, it didn't stop him from giving his all on screen, because I think it's his greatest performance as the character.
Yeah.
And yeah. So yeah, and I will just say on Daisy Ridley's side of that final scene, I love that this movie ends with Rey kind of, she holds out the lightsaber and she's looking towards him in kind of like this sort of more, questioning look, but then her look kind of hardens into resolve, and it's a great, so that the ending of this movie is not just about, oh, here's Luke, and that's the end of the movie. It's also about her asserting herself and taking her place in this story, and saying, I'm here, to, I've made this journey and I'm presenting you with this thing, and what are you going to do? But it's her ending, it shows the journey that she's been on. And it's a very I'm ready to face what's coming next moment.
And I'm so glad you brought that up, because that is one of the things that's most powerful to me about the ending, is Rey finding her place in the story. She has her doubts that she revisits later in The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker as to what exactly that place in the story means, but she has a place, and she always did. And the fact that one of the things that I didn't pick up on as much during my initial viewing, but has become increasingly powerful on subsequent viewings, is the idea that, Rey has grown up on this mythology of, Luke Skywalker, the one who vanished, the great hero. But she's also grown up with this longing for family, for connection, for belonging. And then when Kylo is interrogating her in that scene and he's trying to break into her mind and she's resisting him, there's the moment where he says, so lonely, so afraid to leave at night, desperate to sleep. You imagine an ocean. I see it. I see the island. And in the moment when she emerges from the clouds on Ahch-To and sweeps down over the ocean, and we see the island, and the camera fixates on Rey's face, and she dawning recognition of this is what she was building to. This is what her destiny was leading her to because of the choices that she made. It's another chill-inducing moment. And ultimately, the big story about, that we'll get into in the last Jedi, is that Rey is convinced that she has to bring, Luke as the old hero back, not realizing that the journey is actually her accepting that she can be the hero that she was seeking. And then her journey in The Rise of Skywalker is her living up to the consequences of that and her fears about that, before ultimately she reaffirms the place that, no, you are on the right path. And but this is the start of it, and I think that the movie, this entire final sequence is wordless, but they convey it all with imagery and music and emotion, and it's outstanding.
Yeah. Hi, Travis.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah, we're we're getting close to wrapping up. We've been going for 4 hours. You said you wanted to do a quick,
well, yeah, there's
rundown of things, or people maybe we didn't acknowledge.
Well, there's a lightning. I want to do a lightning round, and I'm going to start with characters that I think we can just kind of move past quickly, because there is a couple characters that I do think we need to spend a little bit more time on. One, being big Game of Thrones fans as we are, I want to shout out all the little Game of Thrones actor cameos who we get, because Star Wars and Game of Thrones share a casting department. So the fact that we get Jessica Hennick as Jess Testor Pava in this movie, we get Thomas Brody Sangster, Jojen Reed. We get who else do we get? We get Hannah John Kamen is a first order.
I spotted her today. It was the first time I'd ever clocked her in this movie. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, and then obviously Gwendolyn Christie is the big one. But it's that just always makes me happy to see those characters. Moving to a different franchise, Ken Leung of Lost fame, him showing up as the First Order.
I'd crack up so much catching the J.J. Abrams alumni in these movies. I'm like, and they seem so like they're not even like secondary characters. They're just like just popping up.
Well, I mean, there is a bigger one. The beautiful segue to Greg Grunberg, J.J. Abrams' best buddy, as a Tammin Snap Wexley, who comes back in the.
But he's. It does strike me more as, it's the guy from Heroes.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I mean, he gets a bigger role than other characters. And this one, and also in J.J. Abrams' buddy realm, Simon Pegg as Unkar Plutt, completely unrecognizable, of course, but and I will acknowledge again me in my personal growth when I found Simon Pegg had said some not kind things about the prequels before these movies, and so when he showed up, I was a little bit upset, even though I love him in Star Trek and Mission Impossible. Now I'm just happy to see him. Simon Pegg is great. Couple others, Dave Chapman and Brian Herring, who are the puppeteers for BB-8, and Bill Hader and Ben Schwartz, who do the voice. They do great work there. Of course, we have Warwick Davis, who shows up as a character in Maz Kanata's castle. A Game of Thrones alumni part 2, Miltos Yerolimo, aka Sirio Farrell, shows up very briefly as a patron in Maz's cantina. Would have liked to see more of him, but it's just nice to see him. And apparently Mark Stanley as Gren, he plays one of the Knights of Ren. So again, Game of Thrones connections everywhere. Connections.
Can I just say that I something more recently that I saw Miltos in was he played a politician in Foundation, the show on Apple, and it was so weird. Not because seeing him like outside of being like Sirio, but because I've seen him so many times at conventions.
Yeah.
And also I've like, while I was still on Twitter, like I interacted with him on there because he was very sociable with fans and everything. And so it was just weird because I've had a window into like Miltos the person.
Yeah.
And so now to see him still feels weird because I'm just thinking of like his real life personality, which is just he's so pleasant.
Yeah.
And he's so jokey and fun. And so seeing him like play like a straight role, just I'm like, come on, Miltos. You
Yeah.
just want to kick back and be fun.
Yeah, he wants to be goofy. I'm finding Game of Thrones alumni left and right because I just also found Emin Elliott plays one of he was Marillion the singer from Game of Thrones. He's also one of the Resistance
Yeah.
officers. Stepping away from Game of Thrones, but to another franchise, a contender for the funniest scene in the entire movie centers on one Daniel Craig as the stormtrooper who is standing guard over Rey when she figures out the the mind trick powers.
And it's so funny because I just last night watched Wake Up Dead Man.
Yeah.
The new Knives Out movie. And so yeah, that like I love it. And because it like once you know that's Daniel Craig, it sounds absolutely like that's Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
And so I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, that's a great like that scene has gifted us with a wonderful meme that is perhaps not appropriate to a family-friendly Star Wars discussion. Let's just say it's a slight rewording of loosen these restraints.
Yeah. Yeah.
We won't go there.
I can imagine, but yes, I just had to shout out the like you will remove these restraints and leave the cell with the door open. I will remove these restraints and leave the cell with the door open. And you'll drop your weapon, and I'll drop my weapon.
Yeah.
And then the payoff later when Kylo comes back and Rey is gone and he goes into a rage and starts destroying everything and the stormtroopers approach and then they turn around and run away. Hilarious. All right. Any other quick hit cameos before I get to the two big ones?
I do want to mention she's a bit more well known for period pieces, but Harriet Walter.
Yes,
the doctor who tends to Chewbacca. I know her from Atonement and also Sense and Sensibility.
Yeah, and I also
she's an absolutely despicable character in Sense and Sensibility.
Oh yes, yeah, we talked about that when we talked about that movie. She also has a role in Downton Abbey, but yes, her moment with Chewie, where she's like, "That must have been so scary. You must be really brave," and he's like, "Yeah, kind of." So good. Yeah, they get bigger roles later. Tim Rose and Mike Quinn reprise their roles as Admiral Akbar and Nine Numb. Again, just kind of brief.
Kieran Shaw plays Tito.
Yes, and he's another veteran. It's great to see, especially from like Raiders of the Lost Ark as well as Return of the Jedi. I'm sure there are others, but the two big ones I want to get to are also Andrew Jack, who plays Major Emmott, who's the dialect coach and who sadly passed away recently. It's a good performance there. The two big ones I want to get to, one, I'm going to go with this one first, even though it's the bigger one, because I think the other one is more effectively emotional to close out on. We somehow haven't talked that much about Andy Serkis as Supreme Leader Snoke. This is a character that I had some complicated feelings about. Obviously, I freaking love Andy Serkis, as I know you do too.
Here's the thing. And obviously, like, I don't think Snoke is the greatest character in the world. But also he's been overshadowed by the fact that Andy Serkis has had another performance in the Star Wars universe and a character who is so much richer and just who we all love, Kino Loy. But that shouldn't take away from his work as Snoke, which I'm like, I got more out of in The Last Jedi than this one, because I think they were still trying to figure out what exactly this character was at this point, and hell, they were still figuring that out even after his death.
Yeah.
So yeah, but and also there's the fact that when the first time I saw this movie, like, they don't make it clear that it's a hologram projection of Snoke until the end of the scene. So I remember watching this movie, I'm like, Jesus, is he just a giant?
they fooled a fair few people with that, which, yeah, again, is part of the character's mystique that ultimately, I think, is best served in the context of the larger Star. Because I will just own up to the fact that the moment Snoke showed up in this movie, I'm like, oh, it's Discount Palpatine. And then as it turns out, that is exactly what he is. That is the point of the character. That has recontextualized it for me and made it actually so that I actually really enjoy Snoke's character. Because until that reveal happened, I wasn't really feeling Snoke, and I was very happy when Kylo killed him in The Last Jedi. But
that is actually one of, and I have lots of issues with where they went with, having like, Palpatine. There's some things I like about it, some things I don't like about it, but one of the best things that come out of it was that that Snoke is pretty much just a discount Palpatine. That's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
So like in retrospect, that actually makes the character work better for me. And again, this goes down to one of those things where I think Andy Serkis did a great job performing the character, especially in Last Jedi.
Yes.
Because we actually get to see Snoke in front of us as opposed to a giant, huge hologram. And they did some slight redesigning of the character as well. But Andy Serkis's vocal work, and I'm assuming there was motion capture at all because it's Andy Serkis. Was still good in this. It's just like the character is inevitably just like you need this shadowy figure in the background who's pulling the strings, and it feels like, oh, this is the Emperor, but not the Emperor. Which again is what they end up doing with the character. But yeah, I don't have much to say about Snoke. Like he fulfills what he needs to. But yeah.
Yeah, no, we will have more to say about him when we talk about The Last Jedi, and I will have more positive things to say because, again, I agree that's a better movie for his character. I thought up another one, so I actually have two more I want to highlight. One is a kind of a combo, which is the fact that during the Rey's vision sequence, it culminates with the final line, "Rey, these are your first steps," which includes dialogue. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi, and it includes dialogue excerpted from Alec Guinness from A New Hope, using the word "afraid" to form Rey. And then they did bring in Ewan McGregor to say the line, "These are your first steps." So there was prequel representation in this movie, even if I didn't realize it at the time. And
an interesting factoid, which I had not known previously, I'm finding this out for the first time, was that originally those lines that Ewan ended up voicing were originally recorded by James Arnold Taylor, who voiced Obi-Wan in the Clone Wars. But once they were able to get McGregor, they re-recorded them, which it doesn't seem like he was upset about it. The quote here is, "Yes, it was me originally, but they replaced my version with you, and I guess if I'm going to be replaced, it should be him."
Yeah, and that's the way I feel about it too. Like, I would have been happy if it was James Arnold Taylor too, but given his immense contributions to the character of Obi-Wan. But if you can get Ewan McGregor, get Ewan McGregor.
Yeah.
And then
person that I want to mention, I don't know if this is who you were going to mention, because we may have mentioned him in passing, but I think he deserves a bit more than that, is the great Max von Sydow.
He was one of, yes.
Yeah.
But I do have one more after that.
Okay, and sadly he's not in the movie for very long, but he's such a talented actor that you just feel the weight of that character, and that he has this established history with with the characters that we know, and I know he's been in at least one of the books, and if not more. I'm still looking forward to reading. I think it's called Shadow of the Sith. Is that the book? I still haven't gotten around to reading it. I'm looking forward to that because I think that's a great. I think what Max von Sydow established with with that character, it is just it makes you feel like there's such a wealth of material to dig into there, but we're robbed of that character so quickly. But like he strips Kylo down bare, in front of him, which is why Kylo cuts him down.
Yeah.
Because the truth burns. And but yeah, I think he's great. And like, although in retrospect, that his opening line does not.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because at the time it felt that way, that there had been like this division in Star Wars fandom of prequel versus original trilogy, and you can choose to look at the line sort of cynically, but I actually chose to look at the time of, maybe moving forward, Star Wars fans can come together of, this will begin to make things right. It felt like a very sort of hopeful line to me, and it kind of felt that way just in terms of like the sort of general response to the movie, which was positive. And unfortunately, we know how things went down after that. So I don't know. I still like it as an opening line for the movie.
See, the thing is, I actually like it in context. Where my resentment towards it was that I read a review of the movie before it came out, and this reviewer was one of those like not prequel people, and then they were basically like, the movie opens with "this will begin to make things right," which is Star Wars promising that the era of the prequels is behind us and we're back. And I was just like, ooh, you're not winning me over with this. But fortunately, when I actually saw it in the movie, I was like, Max von Sydow is playing a character. The line makes sense in context. He's great. I have no problem with this.
Well, here's the thing. I like it because, in context it works, but also for me it works also in the meta context, but not in the way that people like that were taking it.
Yeah.
I didn't. That's such a cynical way to look at it. Of that, things went wrong with the prequel movies, so this is a course correction. I looked at it more of this division between different Star Wars fans was going to start to be healed, and and we hope, and it may not have. I'm sure it didn't feel that way to you based on what you've said about your experiences. But from my point of view, it actually felt like there was a chance of that happening. Unfortunately, then we got to The Last Jedi and everything like just snowballed and got worse after that. So yeah, in that context, the line didn't really signal a sort of sea change in the way that I would have hoped for, but the line still works perfectly well in the context of the film. So yeah.
That was actually the start of my journey towards not reading reviews of films like that, which I have no regrets about. But yeah, again, Max von Sydow was great in the role. I remember the early speculation that he was going to be playing an older version of Boba Fett that did not come to pass. But that's just, again, Star Wars people. Anytime there's a new actor, they're like, oh, they've got to be playing a character that we know.
But then it still happens. Like every time somebody's hired, it's got to be, oh, it's an older version of this character, or it's this character's father, or this character's mother, or this character's child. It's like, haven't you freaking learned by now? It's probably a new character.
Yeah, indeed. But again, the internet will internet with their fan casting nonsense. But where I want to, so again, Max von Sydow's great, briefly in the movie, but he's very effective. But the one I wanted to close on, just because I think it's kind of a nice grace note, is she doesn't have a huge role in the movie, but it's become increasingly powerful over time, which is the fact that this movie includes Carrie Fisher's daughter, Billie Lourd, as Lieutenant Connix, who appears in all 3 sequel trilogy movies, gets bigger roles in Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. But it's just such a special thing that when Carrie agreed to come back and do this movie, she got to do it acting alongside her daughter. And the fact that now that Carrie has sadly passed on, that Billie has become just such a wonderful ambassador for the role of Princess Leia and everything that her mother stood for, not only as a cinematic hero, but just in the real world. And, yes, anytime people see her, like, where she, has like the Princess Leia hairstyle, or she's wearing like Leia's iconic poncho from Return to the Jedi, and people are like, oh my God, she looks so much like her mother. I mean, yes, she does, but it's bigger than that. I mean, she is her mother's daughter, in spirit, not just in flesh. And she is, carrying on the role so that there is a part of Carrie still, with us. And I personally think that, I mean, I love her performance as Connix in these movies, even though it's a smaller role, but I just think what she represents is among the best that Star Wars has to offer. The fact that this is a generational tale, and Billie has talked about the fact that she's now getting to share Star Wars with her own children. So I really think it was a beautiful gesture that they did.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like, I'm sure it's crossed other. Yeah, obviously she's already played this character in Star Wars, but there's like the idea of would some of us maybe like to see her take on the role of Leia.
I think she could, if they ever go back to an earlier time in Leia's life, and tell a story there. I absolutely think that Billie could play the role, and the fact that she was Connix will not preclude her from that, because guess what? We've seen actors take on multiple roles in Star Wars before. So
yeah. But then there's also the fact that I'm also perfectly fine with, depending on if they ever end up doing something with Leia again, and depending on like how long that takes, I would very much also like to see Vivian Lyra Blair come back as Leia, and when she gets a few years older, there's she could really play Leia in those formative years, and that would be fun too. So I think once again, and this is when we get into our conversations about like, please recast characters and move on. Stop trying to do this, de-aging thing and AI voices and all this stuff. It's I'd much rather see a fresh take on characters. But getting back to Billie Lourd, I think that her presence in these movies really meant a lot, and I love her as an actress. The thing that sticks out in my mind, she was in the movie Booksmart, which she was a lot of fun in, and obviously she's done other things. But I love that she carries on that legacy of her mother, and in celebrating the character of Leia and everything that meant, to so many people, and and obviously I think we'll pay even more tribute to Carrie when we talked about the other two films, but I just think it's sort of one of those things that's kind of inseparable from talking about these films and the experience of watching them, is the fact that we were robbed of even more, not just more Princess Leia, but more Carrie Fisher. And but it's nice to have her daughter to be a part of these films, and to be to be again carrying on that legacy. And and the fact that she becomes like, she gets to play even more of a part, especially in the next film. She pops up more. She's not quite like a full-on like well-rounded character, but she's noticeably in the next two films more. So
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I honestly, I don't even care what the capacity is, if she plays like a young version of Leia, or if she just goes on to do other things with the franchise. I would love to see her continue on in Star Wars, because it would be I think a lovely tribute to Carrie Fisher and that family, to uh, for her to have a continued presence in Star Wars if she wants it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's a wonderful note to finish out on.
Yeah.
We went a good 4.5 hours. Whew, that's a long time. But we had to finish off 2025 in grand style. So there we go. But yeah, thank you for all the people who popped in throughout tonight. And yeah, we're going to be taking a couple weeks off, coming back probably sometime in January. As discussed before, we'll be getting to the other two films in the sequel trilogy. We're going to finally circle back around to talking about the back half of Alien Earth, as well as Superman, and then we'll figure out other stuff we're going to talk about as we get closer. But I'm ready for the holidays. How about you, Jared?
I'm very ready. Fortunately, I won't get like much time off from work during this interval, but I am still looking forward to spending time with family and having a little bit more of a relaxed vibe on the weekend. But I am also excited when we do come back in the new year. Exact date TBD for everything that we have currently planned, and then everything that we are going to hopefully start planning out, very soon. Because I counted them up. We did 35 streams this year. So, basically, over 2/3 of the weekends this year, we were doing streams, and we covered a lot of movies and TV shows that we love. But guess what? We got more.
I think we're going to back off the anniversary angle next year.
Yeah, there are a couple that I think would be worth commemorating, but yeah, not this was our big anniversary. I think we did like 12 anniversary streams or something like that, and it was
and I always say that because it did start to get a little bit silly every time that I was typing up such and such anniversary. It's like it just felt so many of these were like it starts to lose its the feeling of being special when every other week is an anniversary.
Yeah, well, it is, and it's every day is an anniversary of something, whether it's something you want to commemorate or not. But yeah, in this case, it was like we got the big heavy hitters in, most notably our Pride and Prejudice discussion.
Yeah, most of all, I'm just happy to have gotten to the end of this and to have made it through and hit the big points that we wanted to hit, because as I've discussed previously, past couple months I have not been feeling well, and so but it was really important for me to, like, in particular, to make sure that we did that Pride and Prejudice 20th anniversary discussion, and then I wanted to go ahead and do this one as well, and to finish off the year, because we have a little bit of flexibility in terms of when we're actually going to start after the new year, but I wanted to make sure we hit the big points wrapping up the year. So yeah, thank you all for a wonderful 2025. Or, well, I say that on the channel at least. I have some quibbles otherwise. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night and a wonderful holiday, however you're celebrating, and yeah. We'll see you next year, 2026. Wow. But yeah, again, have a great night. And did you want to say anything else before?
No, I mean, I looked at, there aren't any more Game of Thrones actors I need to shout out. So I think we covered the gamut, and I'm very happy with this discussion, and I can just say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and may the Force be with you always.
Yeah, may the Force be with you. All right, bye everyone.